to get a couple of those early points in, because some of these like on goal AOS technology are really powerful if you can get them online really quickly. I know there's one, I think it's at the 200 mark, that reduces your cooldowns every time you score up to a limit, which is really, really strong on Pokemon who rely more on their abilities rather than their basic attacks. And so seeing some of the combinations with these in tandem with those items has been really fun.
Alrighty, we did have a little bit of an OBS crash, so hopefully we'll get everybody back up and refreshed and back at it. Because we, but yeah, I agree. Back. Yeah, I think we're so back. Yeah, I think we're back. But yeah, I think there's a few items that seem really strong in this meta. The passive XP seems pretty good, like you said, on those supporters, on those defenders. There's like, once you get to the later rounds, or you get to those later thresholds, it gets you to the point where you can score instantly. And if your team's already at a good spot, I mean, you can save that instant score. Because if I'm not mistaken, it's only like a one-time score, because I tried it where it's like your next score. I wasn't sure if there's a cooldown. There doesn't say there's a cooldown, but I believe it is just a singular score that one is.
Yeah, so I think it says your next score is instant.
Yeah, there we go. These are the 100 items. So the map sprinter. This one seems really good for some of the speedsters, like Dodrio, anything that really wants to cover ground. Leafeon maybe also comes to mind. Even like Sableye, or even like a Greedent. Things that you want to like just focus on sneakily scoring. There's just so many fun items, a lot of fun ways to play. Husky, I'm going to ask Husky now. Husky, is there any items that you think are going to be kind of meta-changing, meta-defining for tonight?
It's so hard to tell this early. I've seen a couple of them, and like it really, like some of the interesting part of like the AOS tech thing is that it really seems like it heavily depends on where you are at currently in the match. Because like I can see where something like Hindrance Canceller could be like insane if you get it unstoppable, if you time it right, but generally it probably would be very niche unless you're like in the middle of a fight, you quick select it. But it kind of gives the idea of like a traditional MOBA where you're constantly making decisions actually within the match. You're not just going in with your pre-built item set and then that you play the whole game and then you're done. You're actually making decisions actively during the match. Like, I don't know if it's like that in League, but I know it's like that in Dota, where like you're buying items and stuff throughout. So it kind of feels like that. So it's really going to depend on what is happening at that exact time, because some of these seem like they're so broken for a very specific situation.
I think so too. I think that's just kind of like a cool little, like you said, it's a cool mechanic that enables different play styles and allows you to adapt a little bit more throughout the tournament, or not the tournament, but maybe even the tournament, but adapt inside that specific match. And yeah, here are those last few ones, like the HP recovery thing seems really good. The Turbo Unite move, got to use that on a speedster last night, and that seemed pretty insane, especially something like Absol that has such a strong Unite move. And yeah, like we saw those, like the double points one, the speedy score, the instant score. The instant goal one, very interesting. But I think one thing you got to be aware of if you are going to pick that one, make sure to fill your entire pockets, because you only have one chance at that. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of different ways to play. And for a fun mode, I'm kind of loving this. I don't know if it'll end up being like the full ranked one, but at the moment, I'm enjoying it. I hope that everybody else does. But here we go. We are going to be going ahead and getting into the first match, and I'm going to go ahead hand this over to my good friends Husky and Archer to take out this first round matchup. Husky, take it away.
Alrighty, I'm not sure exactly where we are supposed to be seeing what the bans. Okay, it looks like Shivam's putting them in right now. Absol bans, Sableye bans so far, and the teams are locking in. Oh, look, we've got a Talonflame locked in on both sides. Archer, Talonflame with the recent buff. I have seen this thing do insane burst. I am not surprised to see it locked in on both sides.
Absolutely. From the looks of it, I have these like crazy like fly aerial ace, just everything is deleted with those two moves. Unless you're a defender with a crazy HP pool, you're probably getting instantly KO'd by that attack. So I'm not surprised at all that both teams are going to be playing this Pokemon. We're probably going to see it all night.
Oh yeah, and I'm seeing a Wigglytuff on the opposite side as well. Like that's like a really good speedster shutdown option. But there's a Blaziken.
Game 1 of the first to 500 tournament, likely the first one of.
Yeah, it's not a surprise we see both Talonflames kind of heading into this jungle area in the center, given that early XP boost. The quicker they can hit that level 5 threshold, get the different moves online, the quicker they're going to be able to gank into these lanes and start taking these objectives really early, as we are going to see Rotom spawn on both ends of the map. We'll even see some other things like this Claydol that has now appeared in the top side there after about 30 seconds. So it's really important for these speedsters to get online really, really early.
Yeah, we've got already 3 in this top path trying to jump onto the Snorlax. Already has access to this Heavy Slam, and here comes the Talonflame, level 6 already. But wow, already Wigglytuff with the Sing is doing so good, but it does go down. Look at the burst on this Talonflame. Those defensive buffs were seriously strong.
There's that aerial ace, like we were just saying, that just quick burst damage there, already almost at that threshold for level 7, just the tiniest smidge of experience, and it'll get there, but it's going to need it to secure this Rotom in time in this fight, Husky.
Alright, I'm trying to keep up with the study session that Kyle dropped for us today, so Rotom spawns so early. Only 1 minute into the match, the Rotom spawns. The teams have to be ready for those objectives in the top and the bottom path to start immediately. We already have Gima's team trying to push in here. The Talonflame with 29 points and a goal getter. Wow, they will pick that score up.
That was such a sneaky little goal. They just kind of jumped there in the back and almost ignored their team for a moment. I almost wonder if it was worth it, because now that Mewtwo and Talonflame are going to just get some free scores back in the top side. Does put them up by almost 60 points without that Rotom going in, Husky. I don't know if that was worth the sneak.
Yeah, I don't know, but that snipe shot on that Pikachu from Inteleon right there was absolutely ridiculous. Just basically KO'd it from half health right there. We're already seeing this weird meta kind of developing where teams are splitting the entire time. You've got 2 in the top, 2 in the bottom, both Talonflames in their own central area. And we've got Inteleon looking to secure this Rotom. It's got a snipe shot lined up, but it is the Trevenant able to grab that one in the bottom path. Rotom now moving into the goal zone of Gima's team in the bottom path. 135 points on the board for Left Ragnarok.
Yeah, it's really hard for these teams to even manage jumping in on one lane altogether, just because of how quickly these objectives are spawning rapid fire. So they really have to be on top of both of these lanes pretty much the entirety of the match. Otherwise, they could be risking losing a Rotom or even one of these Reggies that are spawned in these center area.
Yeah, the Regieleki that spawns is just going to start walking toward the goal zone, so they have to deal with that now in the bottom path as it walks toward the enemy tier 2, and the rest of the team in the Left Ragnarok can start kind of pushing into the second tier 2 goal zone in this top path. But right now, we do have a lead for Left Ragnarok, and if Gima's team was to get back in this here, they're going to have to start making some pushes and some sneaky scores.
Definitely. You could even say they might want to start looking at some of these objectives a little bit too, as we see both Rotoms starting to come back onto these lanes. We see one kind of, I think that's a Claydol that just spawned in the top side, as well as the Rotom now in the bottom. Ragnarok putting a lot of pressure on these objectives. It's really just pushing Gma's team back, on forcing them on defense, while looks like Ragnarok here is just getting free scores.
Yeah, I'm watching this and it's just so messy. You've got timers all over the map, and I mean, something good about these Rotoms that push in is if you're not there when Rotom walks in, you're not scoring. It does not sit on that goal zone for a long time, so you can't just let it walk, and then show up eventually. You have to be there when it scores. And unfortunately for Ragnarok, they were not there in time to take that down. But there's Reggie Drago now spawning, just starting to walk down through that central area. And this is just so chaotic that there's not too much that either team can really do about that right now.
Yeah, it's looked like that Snorlax is just holding on for dear life, trying to stall out a little bit around this Reggie Drago, trying to maybe buy some time for the one score to go in there. Pikachu with a 40 points going in on this bottom goal with the 50 now as well. Looks like we're going to even the score out just a little bit here, but that Reggie Drago is going to give a huge XP boost and shield for the rest of Aleph Ragnarok here. Kind of acting similar to the way we saw Dreadnought on previous maps as well. Looks like we got Rotoms going in both directions on the top and bottom side here, Husky. We're just making all sorts of push and not even worrying about a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the name of this game, right? You got to start putting some points on the board, but if you are the team that is behind, you're just kind of the team that has to be on the defensive. So it's possible that Jima's team pushing there, they do have 218 points, but look how many points they're giving up. 350 now to 218, and this gives access to more AOS technology for Aleph Ragnarok, as they are trying to push into this base goal zone already. Jima's team is in trouble, Archer.
Absolutely. We can just see the pure just menace that that Wigglytuff is here in this mode. That Sing on top of its Unite move, just cleansing the entire team of any crowd control as well, just giving so much utility to push in on that goal there, but it wasn't quite enough for Aleph Ragnarok to really get too much out of it. Luckily, Gma here was able to stop that, but it does look like that fight's getting turned around pretty quickly here in the top side of the fight, Husky.
But yeah, they do grab that, what was that, a Claydol up there. They take that down. Another Rotom has spawned, looking for the secure. It is going to be that Inteleon snipe shot, I believe, that was able to take it. The Rotom does go down right away, but that's really positive for Aleph Ragnarok right there, because that means that Gma can't be pushing with a Rotom. They're going to have to try to push in on their own against 4 in this top path.
As we see some Unite moves kind of dropping here, but the Heavy Slam combined with Sing is just so much crowd control, lined up for a huge overheat there from the Blaziken as we start laying on some damage. We got the taking a nap here of that Snorlax, just kind of buying a little bit of time for Aleph Ragnarok. They do get the KO there with the Mega Mewtwo X, a Heavy Slam followed by that Snipe Shot as well to secure that Trevenant. We see another Unite move drop out just to make sure that everyone is right on top of that Snorlax, and that is all she wrote, Husky. We're getting that Reggie Alecki popping almost into that middle goal there. They do stop it in time. Great there for Gma to stop that before it hit in, because that could have been the game right there.
Yeah, a lot of really good Horn Leeches in that fight from Gma on that Trevenant, but unfortunately just so much damage on Aleph Ragnarok. And notice how different the level curves are in this mode. We've got 2 level 15s on Aleph Ragnarok side. We do have a level 15 on that Talonflame on Gma's side as well. And we have not been in this game for that long.
Absolutely. It looks like these XP gains, partially due to the AOS technology or even just because of how many objectives are on the board at a time, that these teams are ramping up very quickly. I feel like this mode was kind of designed to play similarly to a lot of the quick match modes, and there it is. They pushed that Rotom in, scored nearly 200 points right there, and go ahead and secure round 1 for Aleph Ragnarok.
Yeah, Aleph Ragnarok able to take that game, 6-31 your final, but a great playing and just super chaotic. I mean, we're already seeing first game of 500-point mode in a tournament setting, and it's just so chaotic. The teams have a plan, but you're kind of split on the map until you have access to that base goal zone, and then the play might just be to try to get a Rotom and walk it all the way into that base goal zone and get as many points in as possible at once, and that's kind of what Aleph Ragnarok did there. But wow, what a game 1!
That was an absolutely tremendous game 1 for both sides. I think the real star here had to be Echo on this Inteleon. We can see some of the technology that was being used now. That's really neat. But a lot of these snipe shots were weaving through Gma's team and just securing these objectives left and right. We saw at the top side there was a Rotom that had spawned kind of closer to Gmaw's side of the map. There were 3 or 4 of them on it, and we saw the snipe shot weave in just in time to secure it. And it was a lot of plays like this that just kept so much pressure on the map and allowed them to score really freely for a good majority of this first round. So Gmaw's going to need something to maybe put up a little bit of defense here and stop some of these objectives from getting secured right out from under them if they want to come back here.
Yeah, and we see the AOS technology here, which I do not know what the pictures mean off the top of my head. So I feel like I need to have that infographic up, but I think that it does bring up something interesting if this does become a mode that teams are playing in, because there's some like synergy with how you select what AOS technology you're using, because with some of these buffs, you might want like multiple of your team to have it at once. You might just want to be like, okay, everyone grab the one that lets you score instantly, like we're making a push. So the communication here in terms of what piece of AOS technology you might be grabbing could be a crucial thing for these teams.
I have to agree with you there, because you can kind of hold on for a moment and just wait to even select them. There isn't a timer on the selection of this AOS technology. As you can tell, we see Echo didn't even select the 4th or 5th technology that was available to them. So because there's not really a timer on these pickups either, it might actually be a pretty decent strategy to go ahead and wait to select things like that instant next goal, like you were saying, to maybe make a push all at once and score like a solid 200 points in, or to maybe have something that would increase damage towards like an objective or other wild Pokemon right before the Regio or even the Zapdos later on spawns.
Yeah, and like when I'm thinking about it, it's kind of like if you get to choose when you pick up those AOS technologies, then you could just like pick a bunch of them at once, I guess. Like that might be like something that you could definitely do. I feel like I need to like have this infographic up at all times until I learn what is happening in this mode, because for one mode to come out where it adds so much at once, I feel like is what this game might need. Even if it's like a super unbalanced mode and it's super chaotic and it's nothing like the Pokemon Unite that we're used to, it is possible that just adding a ton of stuff at once, like all these AOS technologies for us to learn, gives players the opportunity to actually sit down and learn the game again in like a different way. So we're only seeing the very first iteration of what this mode could be, which is super exciting to think about what teams might be thinking about doing with a mode like this in the future.
It definitely opens up a huge window for skill expression from these players as well, in timing a lot of these and selecting which AOS technology they're using based on their compositions, based on what Pokemon they're playing in this match. I definitely think it opens, like you were saying, a whole new world, almost a new game when it comes to Pokemon Unite, and it's definitely the kind of content that we're thankful for on Pokemon Day.
No, for sure. And I'm thinking about like if this comes to like more tournaments and more people are playing in this mode, like you can't see on the spectate mode, at least not right now, you can't see the AOS technology that the players are selecting. You can hear it because there's like the sound when you select it and you know, you pick it up. And I could tell like at one point, like, oh, the Talonflame instantly scored here, so they must have picked up like that AOS technology that I already forget what it's called. But like now I'm thinking about from a casting perspective, like I'm gonna have to learn all of these different like things and exactly what they do and like try to spot them out so I know what's happening on the board, which is like, it's kind of fun. Like I get to study up. I was saying to Kyle, I'm gonna make myself a Quizlet. We're gonna start working on it. So yeah, game number 2. Here we go, Archer.
Absolutely. Walking into match 2, looks like we got some compositional changes here. Looks like Gmaw might be trying out a Mamoswine, which is definitely it's a choice. You know, we were talking earlier, the evolutions in this game mode seem to function a little bit differently, and so maybe with the increased modes of XP, getting things online a little bit quicker, it might not be as challenging to be using things like a Mamoswine here. So it's not something I'm not going to knock it until I see it work. You know what I mean? I'm gonna patiently wait for this to play out.
No, I mean, the way the leveling, like, it might be very good, but Jima's team has picked up the Wigglytuff option for them. So they're going to be they're like, okay, that was pretty good. They also banned Inteleon this time, so there's not going to be that snipe shot option for those really quick in the bush secures that just kept devastating their team in the previous
Smart
match.
ban.
The double speedster composition has also come out on the left Ragnarok, so that's going to be interesting because I'm a notorious hater of double speedster. But I think in this mode, especially with the buffs that the speedsters have gotten, this could be broken.
This could absolutely be broken, and I'm very excited to watch it here as we do jump in. Looks like we're going to have the Venusaur jumping into the center lane this time for Gmaz. We see the Talonflame jumping back into the jungle there for Aleph Ragnarok once again. Seeing a Miraidon and Lucario this time. We got a lot of new faces on the board, Husky.
Yeah, I think teams are just wanting to try some stuff out, just see what's working, because it's possible that Pokemon who aren't seen as often in competitive really have a place in this specific game mode. We're already seeing Lucario going in for a stack here, 4 points for them, some stacks happening in the bottom path. And Archer, do you think we will be seeing a Petal Dance Venusaur, or do you think Solar Beam's the way to go here?
You know, if we're going to learn anything off of those snipe shots from last game, I think a good old-fashioned Solar Beam might be a good idea here just to get a little bit of extra secure onto a lot of these goals and play some long range here. We do see the Sludge Bomb already out, so I think I might be onto something. I might be cooking here, chat.
Yeah, unless we're going with the classic Sludge Bomb Petal Dance moveset. I do think we will be getting a Solar Beam, though. 3-on-3 in this top path, looking for the Rotom. We've got the Razor Leaf coming out for that Leafeon, but wow, Lucario already jumping into that backline. They're so low. Wigglytuff is going to be going down there, and I don't really know if the Venusaur or the Leafeon can get in there. Wow, they do take down the Wigglytuff, but it is the Talonflame with the secure there on that Rotom.
Yeah, just because it's still stuck on Razor Leaf for that Venusaur for at least a little bit longer, it's going to be hard to secure anything for a good moment here. We do see the Miraidon secure that Rotom into the goal as well, getting that KO to get that last little push in there onto the Ninetales. We do see another Rotom popping in that top side as well, scoring all sorts of points here for Aleph Ragnarok. They've got something going up here for Aleph Ragnarok, Husky.
Yeah, we've got a strong start for that team, and they just have to win this one match if they want to be moving on. So they are looking to make this as fast-paced as possible, which is something that you can do in this mode. Games can last, like, no time at all if you get the right start forward, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. They have the level advantage, they have the damage numbers, and they're looking for a Regieleki, which they will take on.
They did take it there. We saw the fly on top of that charge beam coming in just to make sure, but the Regieleki does get taken down pretty quick. Gmaz's team, they are able to defend away from that, but the Rotom spawned right in there behind it. It does look like they're going to be able to push this in as well, as it is just the single Piloswine here trying to defend against that for just a little bit longer. It does look like some teammates are able to catch up in time, but will it be enough to stop this Rotom?
We've got 4 members now down here looking to defend, and just Wiggly up in that top path to defend the second Rotom. Unfortunately for Gmaz's team, they just haven't really been able to do much. Score shield on that Wigglytuff as well. They're going to pop in another 12 points. We see the Starlight Recital coming out there, and it does buy enough time for that Leafeon and the Venusaur to come back. Lucario going down here.
Absolutely. That Venusaur Solar Beam was huge, sniping in to go ahead and make sure they secure those couple of KOs. It does look like Aleph Ragnarok is going to be able to score onto this bottom goal, although the top side did get successfully defended. It's just so hard when there are always multiple objectives being pushed onto both of these goals for any kind of team fight to be happening. It is a very split up set, as we do see some Unite moves get dropped here, and it does look like the majority of Gmasasu does get pushed off of this top goal just in time for Rotom to be spawning here. These rotations from Aleph Ragnarok have been something to write about, Husky.
Yeah, they are all over the map, and there's really nothing that Gmaz's team can do about it right now. They can try to go for this Rotom here. Whoa, the Mamoswine popping a Unite move, able to take down that Snorlax. That could be big, but look at the number of points that they're going to be able to score. In the grand scheme of things, that is not that much compared to the lead that Aleph Ragnarok has generated in this early game.
Absolutely. Even we see another 40 points going in here. It does look like the majority of these players are going to be running that EOS technology that gives them boosted out of combat speed. It kind of explains the swiftness of these rotations, for lack of a better word. We do see that top goal finally go down. Does look like a lot of Gmasasu's team here is getting sauced up as that massive charge beam, just the extensive range, is able to just shred Pokemon apart.
Yeah, we've also saw the Wigglytuff running that Score Shield, as well as what I believe was a Score Speed AOS technology that they picked up, and they also had some Unstoppable on them for a minute there. So Aleph Ragnarok is really utilizing these AOS technologies to the fullest, and here comes the Leafeon, though. They want to try to secure this Rotom. They don't want to see this walking in again, but it will be secured by Aleph Ragnarok once again, Archer.
There is just so much damage being poured out at such a long distance from Aleph Ragnarok between the basically unstoppable fly from Talonflame just popping in and out on top of that charge beam as well from the Miraidon. It's really hard for Jimasasu to even push anything in here. There's so much coming out towards them that it's pretty challenging to make any kind of defense.
Yeah, you have to kind of have somebody on the goal zones at all times, especially if you have your defenders. They just kind of have to hang out on those goal zones because it is so easy to score a ton of points so fast before anybody can get back and make a rotation. So you just sometimes have to have somebody sitting there, which, like, we see this now. There's just the back cap meta, and teams are not used to this yet. So we get another couple points in there for Jima's team. But look at this right now. We have 2 goal zones open, one of which is undefended right now on Jima's side. Instead, they're going to try to push with this Regieleki into the tier 2.
Does look like that Rotom spawning right in their path as well. Might be a really great opportunity to push double objectives onto these goals. There could be a lot of points coming in here. Jima's now pushing a Rotom and a Regieleki into the same goal. Does look like the Snorlax and Miraidon are going to be there in time to stop at least the Regieleki. But there's lots of things going on there. We do see the Snorlax drop its Unite move just to stall a little bit longer as some back caps come popping in from both this Wigglytuff and is potentially the Lucario, as well as the Ore Cannon does get launched out. They aren't quite able to get the Rotom in, but it buys them plenty of time to score.
See, like, you've got to the Leafeon had to stay back there, even though they had a chance to push with the entire rest of the team. But you can just have one member of your team peeling off, following a Rotom down the path, and then you end up getting these huge point scores because, I mean, the defenses on the goal are also not that much compared to what Rotom is doing and what you're able to do with some of these AOS technologies. And at this point, Aleph Ragnarok can just have one member of the team back there while the rest continue to push. They're only 100 points away, Archer.
Absolutely. We see the Snorlax coming in for a really big 50 here in the backline, and there is no one there to stop them. That is absolutely huge. It only takes one goal now at this point if they time it right, and Aleph Ragnarok could be taking game 2 as swiftly as they did the first. We see that Rotom coming in the top side as well. Lucario's got 50 points in his pockets. We got Wigglytuff here with another 28 just to maybe buy a little bit of time, and it is just this Mamoswine by themselves on the top side defending. It looks like Jima is in full defense mode, just trying to make sure that no more points can come in. They understand the stakes are high, and they are doing everything they can to stop this.
Yeah, I mean, luckily Jima was able to prevent the second Rotom from walking in at the same time. But look at this. We do have 2 members of Aleph Ragnarok in the bottom path with their shields on, with the Unstoppables up, and they're going to try to push in while the rest of the members of their team are ripping Zapdos in the central area.
This Zapdos could be absolutely huge here too. Zapdos working a little bit differently in this mode. It does simply walk up to the goal and lower its defenses manually rather than the automatic defense lowering that we see on Remote Stadium typically. But this Zapdos is really hard to stop if you don't have the massive damage outburst, and there's just so many people already on the goal as well that it just becomes very challenging to defend both of these things at once. It does look like that Talonflame sneaks a goal into the back. And it does mean that Aleph Ragnarok is taking game 2.
Wow, you just throw as many score shields and as many unstoppable AOS technologies on it as possible and just hold down the score button and hope for the best in that moment. And luckily, Aleph Ragnarok was able to pull it off, getting the exact 500 to 2-0 Jima's Mighty Assassins here in our first round.
Yeah, you see, even without the Inteleon available to them, the Echo just switched over to that Miraidon and said, you took away one sniper option, I give you another, I raise you a charge beam at just as far a distance. showing off that 91k damage dealt here. Spicy Dorito doing just about as much, sniping things out with that Venusaur as well. Both teams putting out quite the showing, but I do believe that just the amount of push and pressure being set out there was the difference maker from the looks of it. We do see both Ken and Tormer here running the boosted score speed as well as even some score protection here. It does look like Johan, sorry if I mispronounced that, friend. I do believe that fourth technology that they are using is the one that makes their scores unstoppable. It does mean that they reduce damage and are not able to be stopped by attacks, so you do have to either KO them or find another way to push them off. That was how they were able to get that final goal in.
Yeah, I need to have the pictures of all of these up at once, but I kept seeing the Unstoppables popping from the Wiggly and the Snorlax throughout the match. And I was like, they probably picked up something there to make sure that could happen. What a match! I feel like both of these teams had a plan, and then their plans kept changing as they realized kind of what this mode has in store, which is just so exciting to think about for the rest of the tournament.
I have to agree. It makes me really hyped to see what comes next and what other strategies are played, because just in these 2 rounds, everything felt different just about. For both teams, there were complete compositional changes. There were completely new strategies being run. So it really goes to show how much this opened the door for a lot of different opportunities here.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun tournament. I mean, I'm seeing in Kyle's chat right now, Jiva Sasu said they'd never played this game mode before. They're just jumping right into it tonight. So that is very chaotic and very fun. These teams have not had a lot of time to work in this game mode, and so far, we have been seeing some really fun stuff. So stick around, we're going to be getting some more games for you very soon. We will be right back.
And welcome back in, Pokemon Unite trainers. We are back, more Underdunk 49, and this is the first to 500 tournament here in North America. I'm so excited. That was kind of an exciting match. There was an incredible amount of chaos, though, Archer. How are you feeling about this meta right now? Like, does anything seem super strong, or what are your big takeaways from this last match?
Talonflame.
Talonflame.
That is what it takes. Talonflame. And Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff is so incredibly strong in this mode. Like, Talonflame, you're getting a lot of your burst damage, but Wigglytuff, between the speed boost on Sing, the optional speed boost for the Eos technology, having a lot of that kind of goal pressure that is really, really hard to stop, on top of it already being a relatively tanky Pokemon, there's not a whole lot in the game right now that has the ability to stop it once it's already on your goal, sitting there with a goal shield or like a score shield and the Eos technology that adds that buff as well. There's not a whole lot you can do at that point. So I think Wigglytuff is incredibly strong in this mode from the look of it. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of those two Pokemon specifically tonight.
I wouldn't be surprised. I thought Gengar was really strong as well, but I don't know. I don't think that one was banned or anyone took it last match, but I thought that Pokemon was pretty strong. I think Absol, I think really the speedsters right now with some of the buffs that they got to that, they added that defense penetration attacks or a stat to those 4 speedsters, right? So you have Gengar, Talon, Meowscarada, and what was the Gengar, Meowscarada, Absol. Was Talon that last one? Yeah, I think it was Talon. I think it was Talonflame, yeah. So that's massive. I think that has kind of put speedsters, at least in this mode, as a very strong candidate. Maybe take 2-3 of them. We saw some little bit of a meta forming within, and I know we had talked about it in the back room of what technology do we think like has really good synergy with what Pokemon. We were talking about that goal posted one, right? So that was what you were just talking about. While scoring, Pokemon take 25% less damage while scoring. If you pair that up with a score shield or even a goal getter, that's almost an instant score, and there's not going to be a whole lot of things that can really stop you, because essentially you're going to either have to get shoved off the goal by like a block or something, or get KO'd. And that seems like a tall task, especially if you're wearing that item.
Yeah, we saw that was actually how Ragnarok had won that last match, was because their Talonflame was using that goal-posted Eos technology. And so even though there was a fight happening all around them, they had just enough time to go ahead and throw that goal on without getting KO'd, and there wasn't anything to push them off either. They didn't have a Snorlax playing from Gma's side, so there wasn't anything to just kind of like shove him off the goal. He was posted.
It certainly was. Yeah, that 200-point threshold seems to be, when you look at the infographic, we're going to say that. When you look at the infographic, you do see that all of the 200-point threshold items, so there's 5 of them, are all related to scoring in different ways. So you have that insta goal, you have that goal posted one that we talked about. Thank you. Here's the infographic. The speedy score, so you're scoring 100% faster, and that energy capacity, you have twice as much Eos energy, so you could hold, if you're at that, level 12, level 13, I can't remember which one it is, but you can hold up to 100 points at that point, and then even the double points one. So all of those at that 200-point threshold, really focusing on, kind of crossing that finish line, getting your points in, and then you see that 350 threshold. When teams reach that threshold, it's a lot about kind of staying in the match, right? I mean, look at the ones that are on there. HP recovery field, so that's all about staying on. Full power boost when you have full HP. This is all about either attacking goals or it seems like even defending goals.
I really like the energy capacity one as well for characters, because if you're playing something that has a lot of burst damage or can get it in and out really quickly, you can just kind of push these objectives. We see a lot of the pressure with these Rotoms and the Regielekis moving in really quickly, that you're not worrying about your score speed anyway, so you can just kind of rack up 100 points, push in one of those, get the instant score that way. We see a lot of these Turbo Unite moves coming onto things like the Wigglytuffs to just instantly have their their Unite moves back online and push their teams forward. I'm surprised we haven't seen some other kind of Unite move focused Pokemon using some of that as well. I know in some of my own personal matches today, I tested it out with Tyranitar, and it was kind of humorous how quickly I was getting my Unite move back online. So that was a good bit of fun. I would really love to see something like that pop out tonight. Or even we see some of the ones like that other 350 one that increases your damage by 50% if you have 90% or above HP. That is the start of your fight. Your immediate burst just jumped through the roof for what you're doing. So if you're playing like a Gengar that you had mentioned earlier, you're not taking damage at the beginning of the fight anyway. You're engaging from such a distance that first like Hypnosis Shadow Ball combo is going to do so much damage right off the bat anyway. So there's so much potential for crazy combinations with these moves.
There's a lot. We saw them, right? We saw the ones that you get to select at the beginning, the ones at 50, 100, the 100-point threshold. There are so many. I had to put 2 separate ones on there because I think there were like 10 different options.
Almost?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 different options.
14 options at 100 points is wild. And they're 3 random, right? Like you only have 3 of those options. So it seems like that's where a little bit of that roulette comes through. But here we go. We have a match. Goofy Goober is going to be on your purple side. Kratos is old. Just a lot of the OJ squad is going to be on your orange side. We're going to start to see some of these players lock their characters in here, Archer.
Oh, there it is. We see never mind. It went Guitar. I was excited for a minute there. We do see some of these new compositions entirely, it looks like, from the last match, which is an incredibly exciting thing to see. Really shows the diversity potential between these matches. We did see Talonflame get banned here to nobody's surprise. See that Gengar you were talking about, some Meowscarada, more of these buffs coming out. I'm really excited to see this Blastoise. I think Blastoise has potential to be the strongest defender in this mode.
I think Blastoise, maybe Snorlax, throw that one in there. I think both get off to really decent starts. I mean, yeah, Blastoise does take a little bit longer to get online because you want that surf. I think Snorlax can definitely do it. But the thing that I'm going to be watching out for in this first matchup between Goofy Goobers and Kratos is, I love that name, is going to be Kratos himself on that Absol. Obviously, one of the best Absol players in North America. In the regular format, I'm excited to see what he breaks out here in the first of 500.
Me as well, and I see that he's got that X attack equipped on there as well, so there's really high burst potential for just like a quick pursuit into a Unite move just to really drop some KOs really quickly into these matches. But here we go, we get started off here. We see the Cubfu and the Machamp going here into the center area for both of these teams. A little bit of surprise, honestly, Kyle.
I think so too, but we're going to see this Machop maybe go for a little bit of an early invade. Roland wearing that XP share, going on a little bit of a mission to slow down that Cubfu, but the clear on Cubfu is actually not too bad on that Altaria family.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad at all. We do know that the jungle characters that are there in the center area are different in this mode than it would have been on a regular Remote Stadium match. So it does mean that the clears are going to be a little different, and the way that you're going to go about doing invades is going to be very drastically different.
And doing a little bit of a different play here is Kratos is old, getting a bunch of scores into that T1 on the top side. If AJ Dragon on the Blissey, going to get a couple scores in on the top side themselves, but might have gotten their hands caught in the cookie jar. There you go, back to the Pokemon Center. Nice KOs there for Kratos is old.
Kratos is old, getting a good little bit of a lead. We saw like 30 points jump into that top goal really quickly. We do see the Urshifu ready down here in the bottom side, ready to potentially secure this Rotom. It does look like the Steenie there was able to get the last hit on it and evolve that Haunter, get their moves online, which does mean they're going to be a little bit of a spike here. But Roland and Kratos here are just living in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, central area experience, almost level 9 is Kratos. Going to tick into their Unite move very quickly, but holding the fort going forward is Goofy Goobers. There is that Unite move. They take out the Blissey, but that's not all. Or Shifu the next on the chopping block, taking out another. That's a 3-piece combo for Kratos as they're going to push into this T1 pad down south.
My go-to Kane's order just getting picked up here by Kratos with all sorts of damage being launched down. These speedsters are really, really showing off, Kyle. The amount of burst potential is just so good in this mode, shredding these objectives. We saw that Regieleki get deleted in, 2-3 seconds from spawn?
Yeah, it's pretty quick. Another Unite move. This time it's from OG. They're able to take out AJ Dragon on the Blissey Regieleki. They don't care. They're walking forward. Almost getting KO'd there was Kratos' ult, but they're able to take out that Rotom. That's going to walk towards this T1 pad. Another push, another engage from OG on the Zoroark. They don't take out the Haunter. Haunter's going to be forced to retreat.
It does look like both of those objectives are going to get defended as well. It was a pretty good job there from the Goofy Goobers, able to stop either of those, the Regieleki and the Rotom, from going into their goal, and even getting a couple of points on the back end of that as well. So really solid defense here, but there's just so much pressure onto their side. They really need to start taking some of these objectives for themselves.
Ooh, Rotom once again is going to be going over and pushing towards the side of Goofy Goobers, and sneakily is OG taking a 40-point dunk into that T2 pad. Kratos is also holding another near 50 points. They're going to try to get that one in. There's the Floral Flourish from Meowscarada, going to jump on Flareons. There's a double KO. This T1 goal zone is going to be going down for Kratos' ult.
So many points being put down from both sides here. I really love the sneaky plays that are getting put out here from Kratos' ult. We saw that Rotom being contested between the Machamp and the Urshifu there. It bought them enough time to sneak in the back and score. What did that total out to? Nearly 90 points.
Yeah.
Just from those two goals alone that they were to buy a little bit of time from while everyone was looking at that objective. We do see the Regidrago pop up here. We see that Unite move pop out one more time from Kratos just to pick it up and get another KO out of it as well. Does look like the Gengar is going to try to escape with its Unite move, but they are keeping a close eye on them.
Ooh, so Tommy is able to stop the Machamp from scoring right there, but unfortunately for them, they do concede that T1 pad. More points likely going into this T2 pad. Another Unite move from OG, and there goes the knock-knock. They're going to knock on the door on this T2 pad, pushing on in. Blissful Assistance goes onto the Gengar, but writing's on the wall. Kratos' hold sees that Goofy Goobers was there to respond.
Yeah, they go ahead and Flareon's on that Decidueye, kind of pulling back a little bit as Roland does get taken out here in the top side as well. It's putting a little bit of pressure and getting some goals in there. It does look like they were able to get a couple before getting stopped, as well as we see that that Rotom on the top side get pushed away as well, and buy them enough time to score the bottom one.
Yeah, more chaos going down. It's Blissey trying to get onto this T2 pad. Unfortunately, that was a tall task, unable to get anything accomplished. So Tommy on this Urshifu is found out. They pop there, the Unite move. They're going to look for Machamp. Might get a push in here, but a nice little push back from Absol. Maybe push a stop to that. They're going to try to chase down the Absol with the Meowscarada along with the Blissey pocket. Absol, Kratos able to get out.
There's just so much speed. We see the absolute, just like the distance is being covered in so little time from these speedsters, between the speed boost from their Unite moves and maybe some of this AOS technology playing into that as well. Just the quickness to these rotations are super fantastic to see, Kyle.
Yeah, we have another KO. Once again, Blissey going down. Gengar Unite move, looking to find a KO. They miss the combo on OG, and OG finds an opening, finds a KO. Might be looking for two. Nice surf from the Blastoise. It's the Meowscarada that's in trouble. There's another Unite move from OG, and this T2 pad is down. They have locked another bit of AOS technology as Kratos is old. They're going to pop in another 40 points on in. A little bit over 100 points left for them to win, but it's OG that's going back to the Pokemon Center.
That was just an incredible play we saw on the bottom side. Kratos using that AS technology to hold up to 100 points, rolling it down, just jumped right on top of him there and was able to cover him just long enough from that Blissey trying to defend that bottom T2. Able to score an entire 100 points just by themselves there, Kyle.
Adam Ninja going to take a look at this Rotom that has spawned near their side of the map. Another basement one is pushing in towards that T1. Rotom is going to march towards that T2 pad of Kratos' ult. Kratos' ult is probably going to ignore it for the most part. They were looking to see if they could find an opening. Unable to find so. Flareons is trying to stay insulated by this Blastoise, but it's the Gengar that's looking to hunt them down. They got the Shadow combo, and they're able to take it. Unite move from the Blastoise. Machamp pops theirs. We're going to see if Saotami on this Urshifu is going to be able to take out Kratos. They are, Archer.
did look like just for a moment there, maybe they're a little bit of an early strike there. Kratos was practicing some trigger discipline there in the bush for a moment, but it was just too late. Ended up getting caught out there. OG trying to take this Regidrago here by themselves, get a little bit of an XP and shield boost for their team, on top of some 40 points for them to stick in their pocket and move along with. You see the bottom Rotom is getting ready to spawn. Neither team seems to be totally on top of it outside of AJ and OG here, taking a little bit of a peek at it, but I don't think AJ is going to be able to fight a Zoroark all by themselves, Kyle.
No, definitely not, especially when you have Flareons in the back line, throw in some arrows right into the front line of the Goofy Goobers. No, more arrows are going to be flying out. Kratos' ult is trying to monitor their situation, see if they could make a little bit of a push here. They're monitoring in this central area. They do find, I believe it was a Rotom on their side of the map that's going to push in from the top side. We have Gengar being found out, another Machamp Unite, and that's going to take them back to the Pokemon Center another 15 seconds before they return.
That was an absolutely beautiful play there from Celebi and rolling it down. They saw the little passive flame there above their head for the Gengar. They knew they were going to be coming for Flareons. They immediately turned around, hitting him with the submission and the surf back-to-back to keep Flareons alive. That was wonderful play there as they do secure the Zapdos now as well. We see Unite move drop there from Blastoise. Wasn't really anybody to hit, but it does give them a huge shield and speed boost to move in and potentially get this Zapdos in for the win here, Kyle.
Yeah, it's going to march towards this T1 pad. It's going to attack it. It's going to try to weaken it. Also trying to weaken it is this knock-knock from the bush. It's going to be firing into the Goofy Goobers. Zapdos is knocking on the front door. Is it going to be let in? No! Great defensive stand here for the Goobers. This game's not over yet.
Absolutely not. They've got the defensive motion here to turn around and stop that Zapdos from even touching that goalpost. So that was a really good move there from them. We do see Roland taking that little bit of XP there to make sure they can get some points in their pocket, and Rotom's short to follow behind thanks to Kratos KO and that in the back. And we do see very quickly here another Zapdos getting ready to spawn, Kyle. These things are coming around every 15 seconds in this mode.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough to continuously defend it if you're not ready for the Goobers. This time they are ready. They are setting up in this central area, but Kratos' ult is going to start the rip. We're going to throw some arrows on it, hold a Spirit Shackle, look for the secure. It's a little bit early, and it is the Goobers that's able to take the Zapdos off the map.
Did look like Meowscarada popped in just in time. They saw that arrow get flung a little early there from Flareons, giving them enough of a window to jump in. We see even the Urshifu down on the bottom side get a quick 50 points, and the Rotom not too far behind to follow. This might be the comeback,
that's
Kyle.
Huge. Yeah, that's going to put them within 50 points. Zapdos is still marching towards this pad. Points are going on in. This might be the Goobers' time to go. We're going to see if it's going to go in. It is going to be the Goobers. Points are raining in, but they're still 8 points short.
They're 8 points short. Oh my goodness, that could have been it right there.
Gosh.
They just didn't have enough in their pocket, Kyle. They've still got 7 seconds here before Zapdos' effect goes away, and Zapdos is still there, hasn't yet been killed. There's still an opportunity for it to lower the goalpost there again. It does look like they're going to be able to push it off there in time, but Saotami is sitting there in the back. He's got 12 points he's sitting on. He's waiting, but Kratos and OG, they know someone's about to make a push here, so they're just holding it down in this goal and not letting anybody through.
Oh man, that was an incredible play there by Kratos, able to take out Meowscarada just before they were able to score 12 points with Zapdos still weakening that base. This match is not over. We are going to see another Zapdos hit Remote Stadium. We're going to see Zoroark look to dive on in on the Serena. They take them out. This might be the comeback from Kratos. This game has been back and forth all match long in the last about minute or so. Another Zapdos has hit it, and this one's likely going all over to Kratos.
This one looks like it's going to go all over to Kratos' ult. I have to agree, as it does. They do go ahead and capture it here. They still got another 15 seconds before their Serena is back online. This does win them some space here. It does look like there's a little bit of a push in the back. They've got that Rotom moving towards the goal. Looks like Kratos and Flareons are going to go ahead and do their best to stop that from going into that goal. They are going to be able to stop that on time, on top of that Zapdos being pushed away from the Goofy Goobers here. Does look like they've got 3 seconds left on it. Can he get it in there in time? He does score those 40 points, but it wasn't quite enough to win them the game just yet.
Not yet. Still within 50. They're in striking distance, but it's going to be a tall task because you can't just score with a single pocket. There's no double time. There's no doubling of the points here right now. So you have to find a way to score, a 50 somewhere, maybe even some smaller dunks. Goofy Goobers just needs a handful to get them in. Only 8 points separates them from winning.
There's 8 points remaining. They've got that Blissey trying to move itself in.
Oh,
It doesn't look like it's pushed
deleted.
off there in time. A couple of Unite moves just dropped just in time to get the back end of it and KO that Blissey away in time. I think they were probably looking to use some of their AOS technology to maybe get a little bit of push in there. They might have had that goal posted ready to jump on it, but there was just too much damage getting dropped there. Tommy is just not quite able to get through with Kratos. Just the amount of burst that just hit right on top of him, Kyle.
So Tommy thought that they were going to be the hero to win this one. Already nearing 12, almost 13 minutes. Zapdos is walking towards it. OG is going to try to get it in, but they get picked up by Serena and sent back to the Shadow Realm. We have Flareon's trying to make a heroic push here. Here comes another knock-knock that's going to weaken them, and that is going to weaken the goal zone. 8 seconds until that's going to go on in. Are they going to be able to get on in? That's still going to put them now. They have a 1-point lead, but no, we have it walking in, and that is it. It is going to be Kratos. They are able to pick up some extra points from that KO. Flareon's getting it done.
Flareon's with the clutch move in there. They saw the timer pop up for that Zapdos weakening the goal. They said, I've got 50 points in my pocket, and I'm going to go for it. And there was just enough drop there from, I believe it was AJ getting KO'd on the back end of that as well. Just enough to pick up those points and score it in time.
Wow.
What a match. That was everywhere. I couldn't predict anything.
I mean, yeah, Flareon's getting that 100 point or those 50 points on in. I was like, oh, well, they're going to be short, but they were quick on the arrows. Got another KO. I believe, like you said, it was dropping 5 or 10 points additionally to able to be the difference there. Huge plays there from Flareon's. That was for the last 4 minutes, Archer. I mean, that was insane. You saw 8 points separating them from winning was the Goofy Goobers, and then Kratos is old with a huge comeback.
Yeah, I think if the Goofy Goobers had just gotten 1 KO during that last push that got them up to the 8-point differential there, I think if they had just gotten 1 KO in that moment, they would have been able to pick up enough points and win it. But there weren't any KOs getting dropped on the board. It was like Kratos' entire team just rolled back into base and said, yeah, you've got it. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Sit there and wait.
Go ahead, I dare you.
Just go ahead and wait a minute, because you're not taking any points from us, and there's nothing around for them to score the extra points from. So it was a really smart move for them to just kind of do the math a little bit and just kind of let it sit back.
Yeah, I think it's also kind of telling of how these teams are attacking this mode. You saw Kratos' old get off to a really big start, but Goofy Goobers, they were doing a fantastic job of monitoring that home goal zone, making sure that no sneaky bat caps happen. They're always leaving at least one person to guard that. And when they were able to get that sneaky Zapdos steal, they ended up doing the same. Or Kratos' old had to do the same, right? The Goobers got within those 8 points, and Kratos' old could have walked away from the goal, but you saw Kratos themselves time and time again stop those 5-10 point caps from closing the door. So there were a couple of really, really strong plays there.
Absolutely, there were some really, really strong plays there for sure. I'm honestly surprised we didn't see Luigi just kind of try to sneak it in with their Unite move. Gengar just not being visible for a moment. But
yeah. And that might be that's
first round.
It was. I mean, the first game. I mean, it can't get much more exciting than that. But seeing how some of these games tend to be so prolonged, it makes me really think about. Okay, you need to start communicating about this 200 at that 200 point threshold, right? That is when you get all of your items that surround goals. How do you have one person that's able to hold on those instant scores for those moments? Because you saw teams doing a really good job of making sure that no one was able to get a lengthy score at that end. So I think having at least one person hold on to that when you're within striking distance of winning is going to have to happen, right? If there's somebody on the team, maybe it's a speedster, maybe it's a Sableye or someone like that can really just hang out, hold on to their insta score, hold on to 50 points at a time, and just make sure you save that for the most opportune time. or even just kind of continue to communicate about who has what goal scoring available within that Eos technology. That's going to be really big. But we got game 2. Kratos' ult is going to be on your purple side this time.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of a compositional change here. We see Roland switching off of that onto the, what's it called, Machamp, onto the now Talonflame. I don't see that Pokemon enough anymore. It almost slipped my mind. And now Kratos switching onto the Dodrio, since we saw that Absol get banned there by the Goofy Goobers. I think it was a little bit of a smart play there. That Absol was just putting in so much work, and given who we know that Kratos is just one of the best Absols in the league, like, you've got to ban it at that point, right?
You got to ban it, but you're leaving Dodrio open with him, and I would almost argue that Kratos' Dodrio is almost as effective in comparison to the Absol. Obviously, Absol seems like it's a stronger pick overall, but I think from like the prowess and how he pilots the Pokemon, I think he's probably about as proficient at both characters. So I'm surprised to see that this one's going to be let loose here in game 2.
Yeah, me too. And I have to say, I think the passive from Dodrio as well is going to be something really annoying for the Goofy Goobers to deal with, being able to kind of like sneak in these little points in between. Even if they like can stop him from getting everything, there's still going to be, you know, these like little like 5 or 6 points getting thrown in here and there. And that's going to add up pretty quick if they're not careful.
Yeah, it could be a big game changer towards the end of the match. They're already dropping in some points. This Claydol is going to be fought over by Kratos' ult along with the rest of the Goobers. It's really just the Chansey, unfortunately. Chansey going back to the Pokemon Center. You do have Fletchinder getting online, and look at this pushing forward from Goofy Goobers. It's a Cinderace of all things. Not a very common pick, but it might work here.
It definitely can work here, I think, as long as they're able to just dish out the damage at a distance and maybe kite some plays out here. They might be able to use that as a defensive tool to make sure that there aren't any goals being pulled in, have a little bit of peel on their way in to try and score these goals, since they do have that unstoppable on top of that. They do get the Rotom in there as well, scoring a good little chunk of change into that bottom goal. So it seems to be working out for them so far, as we see now Kratos and OG just laying so many points down that it does look like the triple speedster topside breaks that first T1.
Triple speedster. That's like Husky's worst nightmare, but she might have to concede that with this game mode at least. Getting caught out is OG, gonna get hunted down by her Shifu. It's taken out back to the Pokemon Center time, and Kratos is now monitoring this basement path, gonna maybe look for an opening in. Nice heavy slam by level 4 Celebi, but this Cinderace with a great Blaze Kick reposition, able to take them out.
Yeah, it was an absolutely beautiful Blaze Kick there to land both the crowd control to push him away, but also to position themselves in a spot that'll allow them to get that KO. But OG, what an eject button, able to get away from Flareon's Spirit Shackle, but it was just not quite enough. Still got caught in the middle of that last little basic attack as well. Does look like they're going to be able to secure that Rotom there. Adam trying to steal it out from under their nose, but it wasn't quite quick enough for them to do that. And knock on the front door. Who is it? It's Flareon's nailing in that Unite move as well. They do survive against that Talonflame as well, able to secure them a quick 30 points almost, but it does look like they get KO just before the Rotom gets there.
Yeah, Rotom got in, but it wasn't an instant score, so Gengar was able to close the door on them. Cinderace, it's a disguise. It was Zoroark the whole time. They go back to the Pokemon Center. Sautami along with the Pocket Blissey. Going to try to get some points on in here. I think there were some score shields, if I'm not mistaken there, Archer.
Yeah, it did look like there was some score shield action going on there just to get a little bit of a push in to make sure those points go down. We do see the Regieleki get captured here by the Goofy Goobers on the bottom side. Looks like they're going to try and make a little bit of a 3-man push here onto that. We do see Celebi here on that Snorlax waiting patiently in the bush to get a heavy slam off potentially and line up some skeet shooting for Flareons to just nail in those Spirit Shackles. Look at that first hit, which was such a big chunk of damage onto that Cinderace.
Huge damage. Another 5 points going on in for Shifu in this top path. We have Gengar using the Phantom Ambush to try to ambush Kratos' ult, but Flareon's doesn't fall for it. They're able to take them out. Sautami hiding in the tall grass. They're going to try to engage on Flareon's eject button forced away. Zoroark is here for reinforcements along with the Talonflame. They close out that KO. Good defensive stand for Kratos' ult. 100 points for each team, so they have that, I guess, third tick of the Eos technology available to them.
Yeah, both teams being about equal as far as AOS technology. There's no real strong advantage one way or another in that regard. But if we look at the level differences here, it does look like Kratos' ult is sitting on a 2 or 3 level difference here. Getting that Rotom into the goal as well does mean that T2 is getting broken there by Flareons with the big score on top of that, hitting that 220 mark now. But that does leave their bottom goal open, Kyle. They're going to get another couple of points there in that bottom side for the Goobers.
Yeah, vulnerable goal zone. You can't jump down with that super jump pad similar to the other ranked mode. So unfortunately for the Snorlax, unable to close that door. However, we do have this Rotom that's going to go towards this T2 pad. 230, 244 is the score. Dodrio looking to hunt down the Cinderace, able to do so. And also this Talonflame for Goofy Goobers is going down. And they're going to try to use this basement jump pad to go to the middle towards this Regieleki, able to do so. And that's going to now walk towards this T2 pad for Goofy Goobers.
That was a really good play there from Roland as well, being able to just kind of jump off of that bottom pad into the center and really secure that Regieleki for them on top of it. Very well played there. We do see kind of Kratos making some mayhem in the bottom side as well. Tried to push in that Regieleki, didn't quite work out for them. Do see the Cinderace picking up the KOs to defend their side as well, but Ouija here in the bottom, another 50 points from that unguarded goal, Kyle. Is this going to be the trend of today?
Yeah, very interesting to leave the goal zones unguarded. So you end up paying the price there, 301 now. Another 25 points looking to go in from Luigi. Just a scoring machine on this Gengar. But they might be found out from the Snorlax. I believe that was an eject button. Spirit Shackle connects. Nice block is going to force them back. That is a Pokemon Center trip that Gengar has earned.
They definitely won that trip and paid for it in full with all the points they scored on the way out. It does look like this Rotom's going to get pushed by a 4-man jump here for the Goofy Goobers. Not quite sure if it's going to be enough, as we do see some Unite moves getting dropped by Kratos there. We do see the Bliss Assistants jump onto that onto Saotami as well. It does keep them alive long enough to go ahead and get a KO onto Flareons as well. See some Pokemon getting pushed around here enough, but this Rotom just isn't facing the direction of the goal, so he never quite gets it all the way there. Saotami scoring 42 before it goes down. They are just over 100 points there from the win potentially here, Kyle.
Yeah, they've also crossed over the threshold for the 350 points. So every member of the team is going to have an option of those 3 AOS technologies to select now that they've hit that threshold. But hitting the Pokemon Center now is the Goofy Goobers. So this might be the time for Kratos' ult to even it up, get their own AOS technology on when they get that 350 mark.
We do see some Unite moves getting dropped. A huge block there, stopping the
awesome.
Talonflame Unite move. That was an incredible move to see there. That was pretty darn great. They do get the KO onto the Talonflame off of that, but not before OG gets KO'd off of that Zoroark as well. We see Roland defending that Rotom there, pushing that away from their goal as both teams kind of pull back a little bit and wait for this next Rotom push here in the bottom side.
Yeah, another Rotom going to march towards this T2 goal zone for the Goofy Goobers. Luigi likely going to take that out and makes quick work of it. There will be another one spawning in that top path, and we see the Talonflame kind of lining it up, might be marching their way there. But if you're Kratos' ult, you have to be very careful. 100 points, a little bit more than 100 points will lose you the match, so you have to be ready for these back caps. A goal getter from this Talonflame, but it's found out from the other Talonflame. That's going to prevent 100 points from Roland going in.
We do see Aaron and Ouija kind of chasing down that Talonflame there for a moment, but it looks like both teams are going to have to prep up and defend potentially a little bit. This Zapdos spawns in only 5 more seconds. It does look like the Goofy Goobers are making a really strong push here into this center area. They almost get this KO. They do pick it up there on OG, meaning 3 members of Kratos' ult are down, and there's a Rotom moving in on this goal. This could be the finisher, if not for the Snorlax pushing them off goal. They know that they can't be stopped by damage, so they stop them with the block. They do get that there, but Zapdos getting captured in the back does mean they're going to have a whole lot more problems ahead of them if they can't stop this Zapdos from getting pushed in.
Yeah, they're going to try to hold the door here. Snorlax is doing just an incredible amount of work. Unfortunately for the Kratos' old team, 3 members are down. Zapdos is knocking at the door. We have points starting to go on in for the Goofy Goobers. Are they going to actually land? No, Zapdos is trying to do it, but a fantastic defensive stand from Snorlax and co from Kratos' old. This game's not over yet, Archer.
That was another incredible Talonflame block there from the level 4 Celebi sitting here on the Snorlax. We saw their Unite move pop, and it completely stopped Talonflame from pushing both they and OG off of their goal. That would have been a winning move for the Goofy Goobers had he not stopped them in time. That was an incredible play.
Incredible indeed. We're going to look to see a defensive push from Zoroark to stop this Rotom from walking towards the home goal zone, and the top side going to be doing the same. Kratos' ult needs to find an opening, but this might be getting to desperation times as another Zapdos has hit the map. We're going to see if Roland is able to secure it. We're going to see it. It is Kratos' ult. They find the way to get the Zapdos. That is going to march towards this home goal zone of the Goobers. And now with 2 members down, this could be a bit of trouble. Almost 3 down now. Now it's just this Urshifu along with the Talonflame that's going to try to defend the Zapdos from walking away.
We do see the Talonflame kind of following not too far behind them. They do see it go up. They've got about 7 seconds. They score a quick 50 points, but even between they and Flareon's just not quite enough to get up to that 400 mark. They're not quite there yet, but they do score some points there off of it, evening almost this score difference, and it does get them that 350 AOS technology as well, so this might kind of shift the momentum back in Kratos' favor here as we look at the last little bits of this match.
Yeah, another Zapdos as well. But like you said, both teams have now have their 350 AOS technologies. So we'll see if that is going to be the tide that turns for either of these squads. The scoreline is incredibly close. 13 points separates them. Zapdos starting to get chipped down. Cinderace is trying to rip it down. Snorlax going to take a quick little nap here in the center area. Zapdos getting super low. Heavy slam. Pokemon going back to the Pokemon Center. It's 3 of them for Kratos' ult. Zapdos now marching towards their home goal zone.
It's a whole 20 seconds plus majority of Kratos' ult to have to sit there at the Pokemon Center and wait for the heal. It's just Flareon's trying to hold down the fort, but there are so many points going in. There it is, the Goofy Goobers with the Zapdos push to win it. Just managed to KO the entirety of Kratos' ult. His squad there getting the points in, Kyle.
Incredible stuff. Goofy Goobers able to even the score in game number 2 against majority of the OJ squad. What an incredible match. I think this Gengar pick was really incredible. I like Salt on that Cinderace. That was such a very interesting pick when you think about it, but when there's a lot of objectives, it's so nice to have just that amount of rip that you can have. And not only that, but we saw it a few times where they were able to utilize that Blaze Kick to reposition and hinder the opponent and really dish out a ton of damage.
Absolutely. I think Kratos' team is really going to have to think hard about using that AOS technology that kind of works like a full heal just to maybe potentially move around this Cinderace here, because Salt's positioning and the quickness that they had on those Blaze Kicks to just get a quick KO here or there onto either OG or Kratos anytime they tried to make a quick gank onto one of their teammates there was really, really paramount when it came to turning these matches around and turning these fights into their favor for the Goofy Goobers. So they're definitely going to have to take a close look at that one as we approach game 3 of this winter semi.
Yeah, we see a very interesting thing here. You see 2 members of the Goofy Goobers selecting that goal posted. I think we saw it when they were trying to score. It was AJ Dragon on the Blissey along with Luigi on the Gengar. So that's where you're taking less damage. And a couple times that was the difference between scoring and not. So very heads up play by those 2. The one player that did take that insta score was Saotami on the Urshifu. Didn't hold it for like those crucial moments, but when with Zapdos walking towards that goal zone, they're able to get it done either way. I do really like that. I think having someone that has that, at least one person that has that on your team, is going to be really crucial. I don't think there was anybody, looking at the icons, there was nobody on Kratos' ult that had that instant score AOS technology.
Yeah, but what we will see there is some really important plays from the Snorlax there from Celebi, because we saw even though they were running the goal posted, that stops them from being stopped from attacks. Doesn't stop them from being pushed off of that goal, and that's exactly what they did to hold that goal a couple of times there using that block. It was a very well done play there. I think that's why we're going to see a lot of Snorlax, is because it's able to just shove people off even through something like a score shield or that goal posted. And so I think we're going to see a little bit more of that moving forward, potentially one more time in this Game 3.
Maybe one more time. We might even see it banned. I mean, that's a definitive
Honestly,
possibility.
It wouldn't
right?
be a bad idea.
I mean, I think a lot of teams right now, I mean, we saw the last couple, a lot of teams are banning the Sableye, a lot of teams are banning the Speedsters because they're so strong, and it is what we are going to be seeing once again. You know, no Absol, no Sabe, no Meowscarada. Urshifu, though. Urshifu is being banned from away from Saotami, who's played it in each of the first 2 matches.
Honestly, I don't blame them for that. Saotami's Urshifu was a force to be reckoned with in that game, too. They were laying out just as much damage as Salt was on Cinderace, which is an impressive feat for an all-rounder to just be nailing out that much damage at once. That Water Bear was really putting in some good work. So we do see Flareons here moving over from the Decidueye onto Gengar as well. I guess they really liked that play from the Goofy Goobers. They said, hey, let me try that.
I like it. I think this is going to be a really fun match to watch. Yeah, you do see the one Snorlax on the side of Kratos' hold, matching Gengars, matching Cinderaces, matching Talonflames, and matching Blissey. So the only thing that's different is the Dragonite along with the Snorlax. Those are the only 2 Pokemon that are different. Otherwise, it's almost a mirror match of these 2 squads.
I almost forgot that Dragonite would potentially be really strong in this too. Because think about it. You get all those points in your pocket, you've got a distraction on the board with these Rotom objectives that your team could potentially just defend away. You could just drop Dragonite's Unite move onto a goal and just score some points with
That's so true.
A really nice sneak there in the back. So I see what Saotami's cooking. I'm here to wait on it. I'm not going to knock it until I see it.
Yeah, I kind of like it. I played that a little bit last night. And like you said, that Unite move is very impactful because you could get vision on everybody on the opposing squad. And if you see that a goal zone is going to be unguarded, especially like a main one, you could just Unite move right into there and get almost a free score because depending on what AOS technology you have, the other opponent might not even be able to respond in time, even if they, go back to base immediately.
Mm-hmm. Because if you have that instant score or even just the score speed booster on top of that, they might not be able to go back to base in time to stop you from doing anything about it. You kind of have to take it on the chin.
Yeah. 3v3 in the top path. We're going to see a Rotom spawn in this top path for the first time. Also in the bottom path where it's a 2v2. It's Flareon's on the Haunter right now, and level 4 Celebi trying to block the path. Nice little heavy slam there. No real damage heading on to Rotom just yet. A little Shadow Ball for good measure. Lower the defense and special defense. We're going to see another heavy slam into the path. We're going to see Rotom still very, very much in striking distance. Flareon's is holding on to their abilities, and they are able to secure it.
Yeah, it did look like they... Luigi just barely getting away with it from an eject button there for a moment from getting KO'd themselves. Does look like they're going to get picked up now that Rotom has been captured. We're going to score a quick 40 almost points total in the bottom as that Rotom goes in on top of the 30 from Flareon's. Looks like they're still scoring too. They're getting some points in the bank.
Look at the levels there. That Gengar went from level 6 to level 9 in the blink of an eye. And you saw how they were able to just wipe out the Goofy Goobers. And it's going to be something to pay attention to. If this Gengar, if Flareon's is able to get off to a huge start, and there it is, another double KO. It's going to be something to watch. They're going to find another one. It's Blissey, but Blissey able to secure, hold the door themselves, get themselves some shields.
Yeah, just barely missing that hypnosis there onto the Blissey does mean that they're not going to get the KO there, but Luigi getting caught out there by both the heavy slam and the big block, holding him in place, kind of pinned him against that wall for a moment. Does mean that bottom goal is going to get some more points dropped onto it as well. It does get broken as we see the Rotoms respawn here into both sides of these lanes.
Goofy Goober is getting a nice little 9-point cap, but they're going to lose the Rotom as a result. Flame Sweep is going to do what Talonflames do best and run right into a wall, but it's not going to stop them for long. They're going to find a KO on the opposing Talonflame. More goals going in. 100-point threshold has been met by Kratos' ult. That's going to unlock an AOS technology for them.
Does unlock an AOS technology there as well, and we say that Flareon's appears to be running that AOS technology that gives them a little bit of their points back every time they score. So they're sitting there getting they scored like 40 points and got about 30 of those back, ready to score into this next goal here. It could be pretty useful towards the end of this. They do kind of pull what they did game one and score back-to-back on top of this Zapdos. I didn't even think about that option until just now, so I like the ideas that are coming up here and the different options that they're going to have available for this match.
Flareon's going to Unite move just to get out, but finds a KO as almost a little consolation prize of needing to just lose a little bit of a battle there. But another Rotom has spawned, 4v3 in this basement path. Snorlax going to hold a block, try to wait for Cinderace, wait for the Cavalry. Dragonite going down in the fray, and this might be the Rotom for Kratos' ult here.
Yeah, Kratos getting a really big push with that Blaze Kick onto the Ouija there, making sure that he is not able to secure that Rotom out from under them. Does mean they're going to get a really big push here. See the Helping Hand get dropped there as well as the Safeguard just to make sure that they get those scores. And that was so many points there on the board. They're almost to that 250 mark, sitting there at just 246. They get their next AOS technology at 350 as the Rotom gets pushed into this bottom side while a fight happens right behind it.
Yeah, 100-point technology for Goofy Goobers. Flareon's going down. That's a huge knockout for the Goobers. They needed that. That was the level leader on the side of Kratos' ult. That's awarded a level 13 for that Cinderace, but trading it right back. Cinderace going back to the Pokemon Center. Now it's Kratos' ult that is on the offensive. They're still a little bit away from that 300, but they have crossed over that 200 mark, so they'll have a lot of scoring options with their new AOS technology.
Yeah, that big AOS technology there, giving them a couple of big options. The big Flame Sweep almost gets the KOs there, but Kratos and OG are able to push back there against that Talonflame in the top side and does win them the Rotom out of that fight as well. Looks like we've got a little bit of a big push here on the top side. They do break that T2 goal and even catch this Dragonite out of position. He is able to get away for just a moment. Saotami escaping the Pokemon Center this time. Does look like there's some down this 2-on-3 fight here. The Bliss Assistance does go out, but will it be enough to get them out of this fight?
Oh, it does send Blissey back to the Pokemon Center, but it does save the Cinderace, at least for the time being. Dragonite now going to look to hunt down the Snorlax. They pop their Unite move just to have a little bit of regeneration, but it's the Outrage. They're outraged. They're pushing forward. Cinderace on Cinderace, Bunny on Bunny, and it's Salt that's coming ahead.
We do see Salt just barely getting away there,
Wow.
just with the skin of their teeth there, escaping, getting KO'd and sent back to the Pokemon Center. We do see the Gengar Unite move get popped there from Luigi. Does end up getting a KO onto Flareon's, which is huge, with that Bliss Assistance getting back onto the Snorlax. It does mean they're not going to be able to pick up the second here, as we do see Talonflame popping down as well. Getting some quick points there. Luigi getting away, using that Dream Eater self-heal to get some health back on their board and potentially take this near the bottom of their team now that they're able to push back.
Yeah, they make quick work of that. 319 for Kratos' ult. They're able to get a nice little back cap there, put them within striking distance of that extra AOS technology at that 350 point mark. They will have to defend this T2 pad on the bot side, but they're able to make quick work of that. Gengar, Luigi is hunting down this Talonflame. Talonflame's going to use their Unite move to get out, fly for good measure, and they do. They get away.
OG just barely escaping that here. It does look like the rest of their team is going to be able to catch up and make sure that they are safe for at least the next moment. We see the Blissey on the bottom side here making use of that AOS technology to just score a quick 25 and get a little bit closer. They are inches away from that 350 AOS technology. And with the power of an X speed on top of that safeguard as well, they are able to get away with it for free.
Yeah, they only need 6 points to break this one. Obviously, there are no overcaps in this mode, so even if you have leftover, so might be the time to try to send somebody with low points, low pockets to get a quick score, break that, and open up that center goal zone. A little bit of a scuffle here. Blissful Assistance going to go on the Dragonite. They're going to push forward. Another return Blissful Assistance. We have the Unite move coming out from Cinderace. They're going to find a KO on the opposing Cinderace. It's Kratos' ult that's coming out ahead. Dragonite going back to the Pokemon Center. 3 members down of the Goofy Goobers. Another Talonflame Unite. But that's going to save a couple of Pokemon for the Goobers, and that is going to let them hold the door and keep the bleeding from stopping.
Yeah, it does allow them to secure both objectives in the top and bottom side, but there's an opponent Pokemon who got that that Snorlax in the bottom with that big block, able to stop that Rotom from going in. It does look like Flareon's able to pick up the kill onto Luigi as well. They do secure that to make sure that Rotom doesn't go in either. Most of the Goofy Goobers set up nice and early onto this Zapdos to try and secure it in time. Are they going to get it? It does look like the Blissey secures, so they are going to be able to get this Zapdos in time to start pushing towards this bottom goal.
Valiant effort for Flareon's on it. Look at the score. It is going to go on in 6 points, so they're going to get the remaining left over refunded to them, but that's 350. That is another bit of Eos technology for Kratos' Old. They are going to have to defend the Zapdos from going in, but they might end up conceding it. We're going to see if they do that. This Dragonite's getting dangerously low. They're back to the Pokemon Center, and now it's Talonflame also going back. Zapdos knocking on the door, but Kratos' Old, they are not answering, and they're going to stop the Zapdos in its tracks.
They do manage to stop that there between a well-placed block and a really good Cinderace here just to make sure that they aren't able to get in, lay that damage down, as even Flareon's now is able to stop that Rotom on the top side as well. Does mean that they're able to hold that at the door just a little bit longer to make sure that no other points are getting pushed in. And they do go ahead and they caught Ouija out, but is it going to be enough to catch him away? No, he does get the Unite move drop there and is able to escape just enough, but not fought there by Flareon's as well, meaning that all 5 members of Kratos' Old are ready for the Zapdos right when it spawns.
They're looking for it. Snorlax is going to try to heavy slam the Talonflame, but they fly out. Are we going to see a steal here? No, Kratos' Old is able to take it. Dragonite flies in with the Draco Impact. They're looking to hunt down the Talonflame. Mission accomplished. They do. Gengar on the opposite side going down. Now the other Talonflame for Goofy Goobers, they're going down. We have another Pokemon down. There's 3 members down. Zapdos is marching. It's running. It's sprinting. But a great response here from the Goobers. They prevent it from going in.
There's some expert Bliss assistances from both sides. We saw the eject button heavy slam there from the Snorlax. Does try to push that Cinderace off just in time, even followed by this Bliss assistance just to maybe add a little bit of crowd control to stop them from pushing it away, but they do end up holding that there. Now Flareon's getting caught out, trying to get a couple extra points in there, but they do get caught there by the Goofy Goobers. Does mean that this Zapdos here in the center area is going to be available for all 5 of their teammates to push together with, but it does look like Kratos is not giving up even with a man down. They are going to try to rip this Zapdos before they can get away.
Yeah, it's going down very quickly. It's already at half, but might be regenerating if no one touches it. We have Goofy Goober's Talonflame and Adam Ninja looking to go on in. Gengar Unite move, looking to try to get on in. They're going to look for a secure Shadow Ball combo onto the opposing side. Blissful Assistance out. It's Kratos' Old, and Gengar on Goobers going back to the Pokemon Center. Zapdos is flying its fastest towards this center goal zone. Is it going to be able to walk on in? A nice block here from Snorlax is going to send a Pokemon held up. And Zapdos, again, knocking on the door. Return KO on the Cinderace. Is Zapdos going to knock on in? Not quite yet, but there it is. It's weakened. Are we going to get some points? No! Great response here from the Goobers as they're able to stop some points from going on in. But the Gengar Flareons, they're going to get 1-2 scores. Are they going to be able to get their third in? No! Another response from the Goobers. 50 points short is Kratos' Old.
That was almost the game there. Flareon's just about winning them off of that score if they were able to get in a third in time. They even eject buttoned out to try and collect a couple of last bits in time, but it did look like Salt was able to land a really good Blaze Kick and push them off just enough to stop the bleeding. Does mean that they've got a Rotom going to the top side and the bottom side as they prepare for another 6 seconds until this next Zapdos spawns. Hopefully they can make the push right here.
They're going to try to immediately rip this Zapdos. This has been nonstop chaos from start to finish. 12 minutes into this match, we have Zapdos going on over for the Goofy Goobers. We're going to start to see it soar on towards this home goal zone. Are they going to have it in them to push? But look at the backside. We have another score might be going in. It's going to be a Talon on Talon. There's going to be 2 fights going on, and Zapdos knocking on the door here. It walks on in. Do we have enough points? We need 250 going in. Another 50. That's going to unlock some Eos technology. Unite moves flying out left and right. Defenses on. There are 7 points. They need 1 here. We got 6 points remaining for the Goofy Goobers. Do they have it in them here, Archer?
I don't know, Kyle. This
This could
less
be
than
it.
10-point march has just been what's stopping the Goofy Goobers from taking these matches, Kyle. It does look like they're going to go ahead and have a Rotom coming their way in the bottom side. They're going to have to defend away from this. Kratos is old with a 3-man advantage. Is going to have so much freedom to go ahead and try and KO some of these objectives. They do lose the Rotom there to a really quick move from Luigi. It doesn't look like Roland's not going to be able to quite get those points in time. Saotomi stopping them with a huge play there on the Dragonite. Does mean that Zapdos is going to get secured by... Oh my goodness, getting that Zapdos is going to be huge, Kyle.
Yeah, we'll see if this Blissey, they're only holding 16 points, so that's not an entirely big pocket to score, but I believe they're regenerating some points here. Zapdos walking towards the Goofy Goobers goal zone, but great defensive stand there. They're able to prevent that from going on, and Unite move from Cinderace, able to take out Kratos' ult, send them packing. We're going to see pushes left and right, but look at Goofy Goobers. They're holding a ton of points. Those are not going to be easy pockets to empty, regardless of this T1 or the main goal zone.
Absolutely. Looked like AJ was kind of waiting out there to try and see if they could score a little bit in the back, but Flareon's just not budging from that T2 goal, making sure that no little scores get pushed into the backside. Kind of makes AJ wish that he was holding that goal post at EOS Technology. Maybe would have been able to win it right there had they been using it. Does look like the Zapdos is going to get KO'd here by the Goofy Goobers as well, potentially buying them another push, but we do see the Talonflame here is going to have to solo defend against Flareon's and a Rotom in the bottom side if they want to make sure that they are able to not get KO'd right here and lose this match.
Yeah, this is an incredible stand, but there it is. Zapdos has walked in for the Goobers. This might be the time. Snorlax with an incredible block. The Goobers are caught between a block and a hard place here. Are they going to be able to get in? No! What an incredible stand for the Kratos' old squad. Wow, Archer.
That was incredible. They even had the safeguard there. AJ tried his hardest to try and get those scores in, but with that Snorlax block, even using the safeguard, they were able to be pushed away. Just an absolute clutch move by the Snorlax for Kratos' ult.
We're going to see another Rotom in this basement path. We are nearing the 15-minute mark of this game. This might be the longest game of Pokemon Unite documented. Snorlax is going to hold the goal zone here on this T1 pad. Do the Goobers have it in them? Does Kratos' ult have it in there for another defensive stand? It has been an onslaught of pushes here for the Goobers. They're keeping that Cinderace in the back line.
We do see all 5 members of Kratos' ult holding this line here. Maybe this man advantage will be what they needed, but they do get the Rotom into the bottom side. Flareon's wasn't far enough forward in the lane for the Rotom to hit it, so it does look like they're going to score that point, and Luigi winning it for the Goofy Goobers.
Insane stuff here for the Goobers. One of the longest matches we'll ever see here. Non-stop action, and it came down to a Rotom that just ever so slightly was able to walk on in onto that T2 pad, and that was all she wrote. Goofy Goobers advancing here.
What a match, Kyle. Having over 15 minutes in a match of Pokemon Unite is unheard of, given our normal game modes do only cap out at 10 minutes maximum. So this was a sight to behold, having so much damage on the board as we see 189k from Kratos on this Cinderace. That was some incredible Cinderacing from both sides here. But it did just come down to those little objectives. We saw so much push there at the end from the Goofy Goobers to hold down all of these Rotoms and all of these Zapdos fights. That really was the winning push there for them, was holding on to those.
It was. I mean, you look at the EOS technology that they're holding. Once again, I want to focus on what scoring technology that they had. At that 200-point threshold, you have access to it. You look at Kratos' ult, they're holding a lot of the speedy scores. So you're seeing Celebi and Flareon, so the Snorlax and the Gengar for Kratos. They were holding that speedy score, so you score twice as fast. You have no instant scoring there where they had so many opportunities. They were within 50 points. You have no one that was holding those insta-goal scores. So you got to wonder, do you need to save somebody to have that instant goal score? On the opposite side, Goofy Goobers, they locked in 2. Salt had an insta-goal score. And also with Adam Ninja. And I don't know, Archer. It seems like that's such a good item with how incredible some of these defensive stands are and how good teams are at monitoring their goal zone. It seems like you almost have to have some Pokemon that have it for these long, prolonged matches where it seems like you just can't sit on the pad to time up your score, regardless if you have the goal posted, regardless if you have that speedy score.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to coordination because it only goes for one score. Your very next one after picking up that AOS technology is the one you get the instant score on. Because of that, I think it gets kind of overlooked because people are like, oh, it's only one score. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
However, if you time that to when it's these clutch moments like we're seeing here, where you absolutely need some extra points on the board and you're not quite able to get a Rotom to all the way push to a goal, to get that Zapdos to push all the way to a goal, that you really need some extra points that are just a quick, oh, I touched the goal. Congratulations, I get my points. So being able to utilize those in an organized way, I think is what really made some extra points here on the board for the Goofy Goobers. I don't know how good it'll be in our solo queue games where we don't have as much coordination as we will in tournaments like these, but I think that they were to utilize it really well like they did here. It could get some really good points on the board.
I think this has been really fun. But folks, we haven't had an extended set there. Went to 3 games and a lot of them over those 10 minutes. So we are going to be going ahead and taking a quick break, but don't go anywhere, folks. We will be back with more Pokemon Unite First to 500, the first tournament of its kind here in North America. We will be back after a short break. See you soon. And welcome back on in Pokemon Unite trainers. We had to kick Archer to the side so we could have the main event. No, just kidding. Obviously, big thank you to Archer for joining us for the first, it's a lot of words. First to 500 mode here in North America. I'm really excited. This has been an incredible set already. Archer and I got to cast that last one. You and Archer got to cast the first set, but now we're going to have T3 and Rapid Spinners, Husky. This is going to be a good one. We saw some really prolonged matches in that last
Wow. Set. Yeah, I mean, this is a mode where it could theoretically take a long time to do it. so it's super exciting to see. But yeah, that is exhausting thinking about having to do that myself. But the games were so interesting, back and forth, so much fun. So I'm excited to see this next set. It's just kind of like the meta is developing as these players are playing in the games. And here we go. T3 versus Rapid Spinners, and we've already got some of those speedsters locked in, Kyle.
I mean, speedsters seems to be the way to go, but two of them are already banned out of existence in the Start GG chat. Obviously, this mode does not have a native ban mode, so we are going to start to see some of those happen. But T3 Zealot on the Dodrio. Dodrio seems to be really strong, and then Talonflame was also a very popular pick.
Yeah, and I mean, in the previous set, you mentioned that the triple speedster was going to be my worst nightmare, and I'm seeing the double speedster here, and I feel like this has a relevance in the current mode that we're playing in. Very much. We're seeing Score Shield come back as well. Some of these players are choosing to run that item as well. The Buddy Barrier also huge. Wigglytuff is back.
Yeah. I'm excited to see what Ribbon ends up playing on this Blastoise that is our good friend Ribbon on there. So we'll see what she's able to accomplish with that Pokemon. I'm excited to see it. Anon, though, they're going to be taking the central area as this little Fletchling.
Yes, Talon just that first damage and its ability to score and its ability with a fast run to stack up that movement speed as well. That's but no speedsters noticeably on the other side. They're going for a lot more range on Rapid Spinners. We've got Dragapult as well as Decidueye, so just heavy backline, which is kind of terrifying knowing that there's so many speedsters right now, Kyle.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And terrifying is the word of the day as Dragapult, the Dracloak right now, gets taken back to the Pokemon Center. Focus Band popped on Ribbon, but Dodrio makes quick work of that, able to take them back to the Pokemon Center and dunk in some of their points.
Yeah, I don't know how with a lane Dragapult when the Dodrio just gets online so fast that you couldn't even do anything with that Pokemon early. And Rotom now in the top path, 3-on-3. Look how fast it's just getting bursted down, but it is T3 able to take control of that one.
Ooh, T3 might be in a little bit of trouble here. Nope, they're not. Inteleon picks up a double KO. Rotom goes on in, points rain down, and Inteleon evolves from Sobble. Sobe heating up.
Yeah, 0 points right now scored on Rapid Spinners. That is so dangerous. A level 7 Serena, and we still have a little baby Jigglypuff not able to get access to that Sing just yet. And, I mean, the power of the early game is why you play speedsters, and in this mode, the early game carries over so much harder into the late game as well. So getting that early lead is so beneficial, as we're seeing now this first goal zone broken and still 0 points have gone in for Rapid Spinners.
Yeah, they've also unlocked their second bit of, or I guess technically third bit of Eos technology at that 100-point point threshold, and they're putting their foot on the gas. They've dropped in 140, 150, 170 already, almost knocking at the door at that 200 threshold. Decidueye, it's Trainer that's able to take out this Rotom that's going to push towards this T1 pad. Now we have Rapid Spinners. They are purring. They are getting some of their points in, and they break that first 50 threshold, so they unlock some more Eos technology.
But I mean, why would you even bother at this point? The game is being snowballed. T3 just continuing to rein in those KOs. Dodrio grabbing Blastoise. Dodrio grabbing a double KO, 244 to 80. This game is heavily skewing in favor of T3, and we still have a level 6 do Blade on Rapid Spinners. So even though they got some points in that bottom path, I don't think it's going to really matter in the grand scheme of things unless they can start defending against these pushes from T3.
Man, it's at this point still, like you said, a do Blade, more like a don't Blade, because it is
All
not
right.
evolving. Yeah, I know, that was bad. We will not be using that one in future tournaments. We'll see. We'll see. I might use it. We'll go back to the drawing board and figure out if it could work. But we do have the Wiggly Unite move coming on out. They're going to try to now push towards this T1 pad. Mission accomplished, but that is going to come at the scoring on the bottom side for T3, and they are knocking on the door at 300 points.
Yeah, I mean, they're all playing as a team. They're going with, like, this, they're going with the perfectly even overcap there, which is definitely beneficial, but they're going with, like, fighting completely as a team, which means that you leave goal zones open, and that is just not a good idea, Kyle, unfortunately. It's really difficult to prevent scores from going in if you're fighting the entire time as 5, but great stand there from Ribbon utilizing the Unite move to make sure that Rotom could not be capitalized on, but still, 316 to 140 in favor of T3.
Snorlax's going to take a quick little nap in the central area of Rapid Spinners. Going to throw a block down for good measure. Eject button's going to have to be used by the Rapid Spinners just to get away, but it's no matter. 2 members are down in the Pokemon Center. Rotom's walking towards this T1 pad. Talonflame's going to Flame Sweep, but it's going to miss the mark. Pokemon aren't going to be moved out of the way, and that's going to force T3 to just lick their wounds and start to retreat. Dodrio, though, Zealot, are they going to get out of here?
No
way.
They get out of that. It is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. But they're going to pivot onto the second Rotom. Look at the damage from the fly landing on top of that Dragapult. Almost completely one-shot them. And here comes Snorlax, a big score shield. 80 points go in, and we are now just 104 points off from the goal for T3. But with the Talonflame going down, it might be time for Rapid Spinners to look for an opportunity to push.
Yeah, but look at this. Pure is going on in for a 50-point back cap. Are they going to be able to get there in time? No, Wiggly in the nick of time. Able to stop that 50 points from going on in. Still 104 points to go for T3. Now it's Pure that's going to be running away. Dragapult found. Unite move used from Serena. They pick them up, throw them right back down, and Pure is out of dodge. But look at that. 50 points on in on the backside.
Yeah, we've got now 448 to 140, and if Dodrio gets these 50 points, and this game is going to be over 17 points, though. They still have 17 points in their pocket, and they're going to have to run away. Another 11 goes in. They're now 8 points away. Can they get these last few points? And there are 10 points in Talonflame's pocket. If they can grab an instant score or something here, this game will be over, Kyle.
We'll see. Inteleon is holding on to 11 points. That's going to be a tall task, especially with all 5 members of Rapid Spinners monitoring the situation. Look at the Talonflame back quick! Oh my gosh, the fly! They juked them out of their socks! T3 wins match 1.
Wow, they just jumped off of the pad for long enough to let Talonflame score go in there. What a play, just flying right into the goal zone. Okay, you all left it alone. I'm gonna go score these 10 points, win the game. 502 to 140, your final score. Wow, what a game. I mean, that is nothing compared to the length of matches we were seeing in this previous set, Kyle.
Yeah, stark contrast between game 1 here and game 2 and 3 of the previous set. 15 minutes in those last ones. About 5 minutes in this one, and T3 made quick work. I love to see teams like just quickly adapt to a meta and just really put the pedal on the metal. Pedal to the metal?
Pedal to the metal, yeah. That's correct.
To it.
I love like seeing the compositions that teams are trying out, but I really do not think this heavy backline composition that Rapid Spinners came up with is going to do it. There's just too much dive and not enough early game. This scales way too hard into the late game, and unfortunately for them, there was no late game. So they weren't even able to get the full effects of the late game Pokemon that they brought to their team, the Dragapult, the Aegislash. So they really need some better early game if they're going to want to do anything here. But taking a look at this AOS technology, it is really interesting to see the decisions that these teams are making with them. I saw a lot of the, I'm looking at your your thing now, energy shields. I saw a lot of those energy shields there, and insta goals as well. I feel like teams are selecting those at the 200 points, but it depends. Like, I was talking about this earlier. It like depends on what point you are at in the match, because I feel like the speedy scorer is really good if you are potentially behind, because you can have that for the rest of the match, and an instant goal could just end you the game if you're just gonna all walk in at once. So it depends, like, I guess maybe not like if you're behind ahead, but if you are planning to push or if you are planning to defend a little bit more, I feel like you're seeing kind of where teams are feeling like they're at these points in the match. It's just interesting.
It is, and I thought I saw 3 instant scores on T3.
Yeah,
I think you have to have at least 1 or 2 of those, because we saw in the previous set that teams that didn't have that or didn't have it at the right time were not really able to kind of close the door. And despite having some speedy scores, despite having some goal posted, it seemed like a lot of teams just could not find a way to get the points on in, because when Pokemon are like level 14, level 15, they have such great abilities to do damage. And when you have a Snorlax on a team, it's just really hard to really stop or hard to move forward. So I think the insta goals are, I think you need to have at least somebody that saves it so that you can have a nice quick 50 points if you're in striking distance. I don't know. It's very interesting to see how this has developed over the last couple matches.
Yeah. And we've got the same bands here heading into our second game. The Gengar Absol seems to be the speedsters that everyone has decided are the most problematic, but the Talonflame still is able to come out, and it looks like Rapid Spinners are adapting to this double speedster meta. Starlight is going to pick up that Zeraora, and the Talonflame is coming out on their side as well, but not too many changes over here for T3, opting not to go with any sort of support. More so, they're going to continue to focus on that heavy dive and early game.
I like it. I think the early game is really important. We saw T3 get off to an incredible start and just never looked back. We'll see if Rapid Spinners can kind of come back here in game 2 and maybe at least stall it out a little bit. If not, like, really hold the door, try to find some openings, try to get your AOS technology and not let T3 snowball you again, because T3 they came in with the plan and they executed it near flawlessly.
No, for sure. And they're opting for 1 EXP share on the team, which is really interesting. And I wonder, I'm going to have to look at the AOS technology after this, but going for that first AOS technology where you get more passive EXP, the passive EXP one, or solo EXP, like, you might not need that second EXP share, which is really interesting to see that teams are already kind of figuring that out so early in this mode.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see kind of how that develops and what some like best teams that are performing in this mode end up doing. It's unfortunate that there's not a ranked mode of this to kind of see what that looks like, but do you see a little bit of engage here as this little Fletchling is getting caught out? T3 is going to have to be forced to grab a berry. Zeraora going down for the Rapid Spinners, and we have a Rotom about to spawn in the map.
Yeah, already that first Rotom. I mean, the way that these objectives spawn so quick and all the time, there's just constant action. You have to be ready for it. There's not this time to just sit back and farm the way that we usually see in some of that slower game mode. This is just fast-paced, and T3 is taking advantage of that, Kyle.
Yeah, we're going to see this push from the Rotom. We have the Swinub trying to hold the door, but 8 points going on in. Another 6 going to be likely. Rotom able to close that one out, so 60 points down. That's another one of those differences, is the number of HP that is on each of these goal zones.
Yeah, and it is one of the differences. Is what 60 on the first goal zone and 90 on the second goal zone. Finally picking up some KOs there is Rapid Spinners, and they will be able to secure that basement Rotom, so that does walk in. They get a couple of points in there. Will this Future Sight KO? No, but it does KO with the Stored Power.
Oh, the stored power is criminal, but returning the favor is the heavy slam by Tie-Dye, closing the door there. Score shield broken from them. We're going to see another Talonflame fly. Tie-Dye might just be stalling the inevitable here as Snorlax going down. Rapid Spinner's looking to turn on this Oleki.
Yeah, I mean, look at the way the teams are also rotating. It's just so different. We have T3 now meeting the Rapid Spinners rotation to that Regieleki. Not able to pick up a KO from the Serena, but the Talonflame on Talonflame, the Bird on Bird grabs a KO right there. Fortunately, Serena will be going down, but will the Regieleki be able to walk in? There's also a Rotom on the map, and this is just so chaotic, Kyle.
30 points in from the Rotom is able to get in on this T1 pad. That's going to unlock some AOS technology for Rapid Spinners. They're at their 50-point threshold, so they have access to some more points going on in for this Dodrio. Able to lower that down to 10. Likely going to break this as well. Talonflame's like, hey, man, I wanted to score too, but unable to do so. 140,
Yeah.
85, your total right now.
Sobi goes down in the enemy central area, and we have that 100 points threshold broken, so another piece of AOS technology accessible for T3, and they want to try to push this Rotom in. You have the Snorlax coming out with a big block, but the way, wow, look at the damage as well, just coming down on top of those defenders. I mean, I know that Timmy said when they buffed all the speedsters that they were going to struggle more against defenders, but I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing them blowing up.
Yeah. The defensive penetration definitely seems like it might be a touch too strong, maybe at least in this mode. T3 going back to the Pokemon Center, both the Sylveon and Dodrio. Now in this top path, Rotom is getting chunked down just a little bit. The little Audino does stop out Mr. Turtles from scoring. They're going to close out this with an even break. They had 8, and they scored 8. And no leftover AOS energy for them as this Rotom is going to walk towards his T1. Nice little flame sweep. However, a Rotom going on in, that's going to weaken this goal zone.
Yeah, I think that this Talonflame also getting out here, and they're going to go chase down the other Talonflame instead, so they will go down, but it does give a lot of access to some points here for Rapid Spinners. They'll be the first to break the 200-point mark, which is huge for them, but down in the basement path, we have the rest of T3 attempting a push here, Kyle.
Yeah, Ribbon just barely able getting out alive there. Talonflame Flame Sweep is going to push a couple members of T3 away. Rotom looking to go on in, but a good defensive stand here from Rapid Spinners. Looking to try to push on in, but once again, we have, I think it's Pure on this Serena is just going infinite. 4 members are down. It's Mamoswine trying to hold the door now.
Mamoswine, luckily, I mean, they have a lot of HP, and they are able to grab a couple KOs, but we have the 40 points from Trevenant does make it in. They are able to grab those points. Snorlax was able to grab them, so 321 now on the board, and 330. We have the Snorlax breaking that, and with the Rotom walking into the top path for T3, they could go for another push on the top side.
They are looking for it, right? The top side goal zone is a little bit weak. Only 20 points left on there. That'll bring them within 350 if they're able to close that down. Another 20 points likely going in. I think it's only about 19 to be exact. Another Flame Sweep from Talonflame. They're going to Flame Charge away. Zeraora Plasma Gale was able to lock and load, though.
Wow, yeah, I was like, there's no way. That's criminal if they get away there, but Zeraora able to take them down, and I feel like what this is proving to me with this mode is the early game is everything in these 3-stage evolution Pokemon. Even though the Mamoswine is doing pretty well now, it might have, in the early game, since it takes longer to get on, prevented Rapid Spinners from getting that advantage that the Dodrio allowed for T3 to get in this early game.
Look at these, the Rotom and the Lecky crossing paths going opposite ways on the highway. We're going to see this Dodrio able to take out one of them, able to do that, but 339, so 11 points away is T3 from that next bit of AOS technology, which can be really crucial. Tie-Dye is looking to push in with the Snorlax block. They're going to peel a little bit away. Hyper Voice Sobi going to try to lock and load. Can't walk through that wall. Talonflame looking to go on in. They pop the Unite move just to live. They turn it around. Ribbon's going to pop the Psychic Solaire now, and T3 on their heel.
Yeah, Sobi, look how much they're healing off of that Unite move as well. But here comes the Talonflame. They take down that Sylveon, and they want more. The block is out, though. Will they be able to grab Tie-Dye here? The Future Sight comes down. 1 HP is that Snorlax. Finally, they're able to go down here. But with 6 minutes and 50 seconds having elapsed, we are seeing now this kind of awkward transition between mid and late game where the teams are trying to figure out how they want to approach this. And it looks like finally Dodrio has granted access to that last piece of AO's technology.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And also that goal zone is going to go ahead and get broken by that Rotom. So 359. They're sitting on the door. They need 141 points more to win this match. This might be the time to go. We're about 30 seconds until Zapdos appears in that central area as well. Another Regidrago also going over to T3.
I mean, at this point in the match, I feel like you might just want to wait for that Zapdos and try to position your team around that. T3, very aggressive positioning. They don't have anybody sitting on their goal zone. Somebody like Zeraora could easily walk in there, but T3 is very aggressive right now. They're trying to push forward, gain the positioning within the pit, but now Rapid Spinners knows exactly what T3 is going to be doing.
Mamoswine is grabbing that vision. They're holding 100 points of Eos energy, but that's all going to be for naught. Look at Tie-Dye just making sure no one can enter in the Zapdos area. We're going to see if they're going to be able to secure it. Talonflame able to make that quick work. Mamoswine still in the Pokemon Center. Ribbon going down on that Espeon. 3 members down. A nice cap here for this Sylveon. Sobi getting it done. 40 points is going to be separating them from moving on. Zapdos is marching its way forward. Or is it going to go on in? Does T3 have enough in the tank? Oh, they do. Zapdos walks on in. That's it. T3 taking the set 2-0.
Bro, I feel like getting that last score and it just gives you that slow motion score and you're, the one that took it home for your team. I feel like that's gotta be
cool.
Such a great feeling. We see Pure getting it there and 9 KOs in that game as well. I feel like Rapid Spinners had a much better composition this time around where they were able to hold their own and brawl a little bit more. They didn't get too far ahead, but I still feel like a Snorlax, like compared to a Mamoswine where a Snorlax can just tank so much from so early on in the game, could really be a difference in a mode like this.
It could be. Yeah, I absolutely think it could. Talonflame has been picked almost, if I'm not mistaken, every single match.
I never thought we would see a Talonflame meta.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of making a bit of a resurgence. I think the buffs that it received recently to the Brave Bird were really good. You saw some teams starting to pick it, but I think some of these defense penetration buffs that the stat that they just recently added has kind of really made teams think about it. Look at the technology. Both teams having one instant score selected for their 200 points. And yeah, you're seeing kind of teams do a couple of different things, especially with that 200-point AOS technology.
Yeah, I feel like the 200-point AOS technology is the one that you really have to focus on, because I feel like that is where a lot of the decision-making ends up coming in these matches, because last time we saw a lot more instant scores, but this time we're seeing more goal posted, we're seeing some energy capacity, we're seeing only one insta-goal, and we're seeing Sobi grab the double points on that side as well. On the opposite side, still only one insta-goal. We saw more last time, so it kind of speaks to the fact that not all of the goal zones were down at that time, so you're opting for more opportunities to potentially break goals rather than hold a lot more points necessarily at that time.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're seeing a lot of teams do when they get off to that lead, they want to kind of continuously put pressure on the opponent, because you don't want a situation where you're just kind of playing too conservatively and then you allow the opponent to get back into the match and find a way to come back. Because we saw a couple of times where I think, I was going to say Orange Juicers, but they're going by Kratos' old today. They had a really good early lead, but then they kind of let their foot off the gas and allowed Goofy Goobers to get back in there and advance. But I don't know. It's a tough one. But we are going to be seeing that. Let's take a look at the quick bracket. Thank you, Shivam, for producing this. Let's take a look. Welcome back in, Pokemon Unite trainers, Underdunk number 49, and it's kind of a special one. We've been going through the first to 500 tournament here in North America. It's a brand new mode to Pokemon Unite, and we've been having a lot of fun with it. Obviously, it's not the ranked mode. Obviously, it's not the mode that is going to be used in UCS, at least right now. But it has been really fun to kind of see this new game mode kind of flourish and evolve over the last few rounds. But we are going to see the winners finals here, T3 and Goofy Goobers, Husky.
Yeah, wow. I am starting to get it as I'm watching this and trying to cast it. Like, I feel like everybody's just learning as we go here. And It's been a really fun one to watch. But we are seeing these bans come out. The Absol ban has been very, very prominent so far. And usually we get a speedster or two. That's kind of what we've seen so far. Look at this composition for T3, how they're shaping up. They've got 3 speedsters that they might be considering locking in here. I don't know if that's going to end up being their plan or what, but wow, what an interesting composition on both sides we've got here.
Triple speedster. I want you to be honest. How do you feel about triple speedster here in the first to 500?
I feel like there's it cooks in this mode.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing. So I am the biggest double speedster hater of all time, and it's because ranked, like in the traditional sense, has such a focus on that late game. Whereas I feel like this mode is an early game focus. So when you just heavy jump on every dive, I feel like it's like a really strong way of playing this game. So I don't know. I'm upset to say it, but here.
I do too. It was very prominent in the Chinese version of this mode. We saw a lot of teams use it. I think there were some definitely differences to the Pokemon stats and the moves and how strong those were. So there's obviously something to be said there. But I think generally speaking, when you want to get off to these early leads, it seems like it's been working out for these teams despite some of the differences to that Chinese version.
Yeah, I'm already kind of seeing that we have, like, for lack of a better word, the Pokemon Pocket problem, where when you have a 3-stage evolution, it might just take a little bit too long, unless you're Gengar, because Gengar still has that good early game. But to see Dragonite and Cinderace, and Meow and Gengar on one side is a little concerning to me, because they take a little bit longer, and when you waste that time, that could be difficult to come back from if you start to fall behind early.
We'll see if they're able to do it. Rotom getting dangerously low in this bottom path. T3 is able to take advantage. That is going to walk towards that T1 pad, but they do lose the Dodrio in tow, so unfortunately for T3, but they do trade a bit. Get that T1 pad, that Rotom up there in the top path.
And we're going to see Gengar try to jump in. There's still only a Haunter, level 5, and we have Dragonair, and they just have not been able to get close enough to that 3rd stage evolution that they need. And look at that. We have the Doublade coming in, taking down that Cinderace, who's still just the reboot. Not yet a Cinderace either. So already we're seeing T3 off to a little bit of an early game lead, but we do have the Meowscarada now online. They are playing the wrong build, unfortunately, but they are level 8.
They are level 8, almost ticking into 9, where they'll have their Unite move. Regidrago is taken out. That's going to give them some experience and some shields, similar to that Dreadnought that we would see in Remote Stadium. Points raining down for T3 on this bottom path. They're able to break that down, and that's going to unlock some AOS technology for them. They have crossed that 100-point threshold, so they have essentially 3 sets of AOS technology unlocked already.
I am just seeing teams have to forget everything they know about Pokemon Unite to try to win this mode. We have Talonflame taking out that Haunter, and they will be able to get away. Not able to get some more points in, but they will be able to get away. But yeah, I feel like you have to forget everything you know. I'm seeing players panic, realizing that they left a goal zone open, when usually you wouldn't care too much about a goal zone getting broken, and then they're like, oh, wait, I gotta get down there as fast as possible. And it's kind of funny in a way. I feel like it's kind of funny.
It's definitely a little funny. Mew is going to go back to the Pokemon Center, but T3 is able to revenge them. Double KO for Gengar. Hoopa is going to bring the team in. Rings are unbound. Talonflame is going to fly on in. It's a triple KO for Gengar, but they're going to pay the price. Gengar on Gengar crime for Goofy Goobers as they award themselves a Rotom in this top half.
Yeah, and the Meowscarada can just shred through these objectives, and since they come up constantly, you just have the Meowscarada standing there, ready to start taking it down, but they are able to get some points, but at the expense of the life of the Cinderace, who will go back to the Pokemon Center. Now Meow's in a lot of trouble trying to deal with this Dodrio. They will pop a Unite move and take them down. Oh, and they get the second one as well! Wow, Kyle, what a moment.
That's criminal. That's criminal. That also gets them a bunch of points in on that top path. However, Gengar does trade the favor, takes them out. A Reggie Drago for T3 is going to give them even more experience. As you look at the levels across the board, it definitely seems like T3, despite losing in the points, are winning in the levels.
Yeah, I mean, Goofy Goobers has done a fantastic job of rotating, and we saw it in the previous set where they took down Kratos' ult as well. They were just able to continue rotating throughout the entire map and just continuing to put points on the board. So regardless of the levels, they are still putting a lot of points. And as soon as I say that, we've got the points now raining in for T3, but the Hoopa has retaliated by sending the team down to the Tier 2 goal zone of T3.
Good response, though, from Aegislash, able to put a stop to any thought of a push there from the Goobers. T3 has unlocked their 200-point threshold of Eos technology. Those are, as we've mentioned before, a lot of goal-scoring abilities, so we'll have to see what each member is going to be holding. We have Dodrio looking for a KO onto this Meowscarada. Meowscarada able to dodge that swiftly. They pop their Unite move in return. Meowscarada going to try to get away. It's 3-on-1. They find one KO. Another Unite move from the Talonflame of T3. Are they going to find the KO on Meowscarada? Adam Ninja looking to hold the door, but they get KO'd in tow.
Imagine trying to take down one Meowscarada with 3, and they make it even more difficult. But that gave enough time for Goofy Goobers to make it into the top path and try to come back with some of these points. They were distracting so many by trying to take down that one Meowscarada that their top goal zone is now down.
Not bad. 300 points, though, is crossed for T3. They're 50 points away from getting their last piece of Eos technology before the 500-point threshold to win. Now, looking at Talonflame, looking to just gobble up some of the experience, gobble up some points to try to fill their pockets as much as they can. Goal scoring speed is going to be increased here for Goofy Goobers as another Unite move is found from this Hoopa.
Hoopa is an interesting one in this game mode because I'm trying to watch AJ Dragon's positionings of the Unite move because it's not as obvious as we expect, but they are going to try to walk this Rotom in. We have the Gengar, though, popping a Unite move to try to prevent that from happening, and both Gengars now in a locked-in battle. Rotom will walk, though. Goofy Goobers is the first to reach that 350-point threshold.
Yeah, that's going to be the final piece of Eos technology in their pocket before they're able to win this match. We'll see what they have unlocked here in the end screen. I'll be honest with you, I have no idea what some of these auras mean. I'll have to try to figure that out, but another Rotom is going over towards this home pad of the Goobers, and Aegislash is doing a pretty good job of monitoring the home goal zone, making sure nothing goes in.
I wonder what the plan is now for Goofy Goobers, because now that there's only one goal zone available and you have the map advantage, I wonder if you just try to wait for Zapdos and look for another big fight, or if you try to potentially push here. We have Hoopa getting caught out, and they will finally go down there to Sobi, but what is T3's plan? Are they going to defend? It doesn't really look like they're putting a lot of effort into that defense right now.
No, they're looking for some points. 350-point threshold is crossed for T3. They find their last bits of Eos energy. Dragonite going to Unite move on out just to survive the onslaught of damage from T3, as T3 has ticked into this level lead. Zapdos is going to be spawning here in the next 10 seconds. Dodrio does find the Gengar. Unite move out, triple trampled, and Gengar somehow gets out. They pop their shadow combo, and they find a KO on Dodrio.
Wow, but the other Gengar comes right in with the Unite move of their own. Hoopa Unite move is down. Talonflame looking for a big flame sweep. I mean, they hit the wall immediately. They grabbed some members there, but it didn't matter. Looks like Goofy Goobers, the Meowscarada, is going to be able to take the Zapdos, which is going to start flying toward that base goal zone. Goofy Goobers could be looking to end this right here, Kyle.
They absolutely are. Only 150 points is needed from this squad. Meowscarada is going to try to use their Unite move. They do. They don't find a KO, but they do find somebody in the back line. Aegislash goes down. Zapdos knocking on the door, looking to go on in. No one's there to defend. It's just Pure trying to hold it. 3 members of T3 are down. Make it 4. We just have this dojo. Zapdos is walking in. It might be inevitable. Zapdos is in. We got to get your points in. And there it is. Goofy Goobers winning match 1.
There we go. Wow, just the Goofy Goobers consistently out-rotating this team. I just feel like they were everywhere, all over the map, and even though T3 had moments where they were ahead in the score, Goofy Goobers really able to capitalize in that end game. And unfortunately for me, saying that Knight/Meowscarada is the incorrect build, which I do still believe, they were that KO carry. 8 KOs for them.
I liked it. I think it works really well, especially when you're trying to just like shred down through objectives. I think having a lot of burst ability, not just burst, but shredding of objectives is going to be really crucial, which is why I think we're starting to see some Cinderaces, things like Absol have been banned. I'm kind of digging the Cinderace here. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I feel like Cinder has been solid
Dragonite,
so
right?
far. It just has, like, if you're going to run any attacker, I feel like this is the mode for the auto attackers. Like, we haven't seen much of the auto attackers getting used a lot, but now that this mode has come out, the auto attackers are really solid. But let's look at our favorite part of the stat screen, the Aeos technology.
I love this. This is my favorite part because I'm so interested in seeing what teams are popularizing, what's working, what's not. Again, some of the things that I'm pointing out is that 200 point threshold, trying to see what teams are electing to take as their scoring centric Aeos technology. 2 instant scores there from T3. They also elected to grab a speedy score on Tie-Dye, which I actually really like that on Dodrio, considering its passive of being able to score those 3 times. I think that makes it even better. There's no cooldown on that. So I think that's probably the way to go with that Pokemon. Pure locking in along with Zealot, that goal posted, so taking less damage while you're trying to score. I think both of those are probably fine on those Pokemon, but I still think the instant score is really powerful.
Yeah, and I also want to point out the 350 point Aeos energy or Aeos technologies for both of these teams, because I think this was a game that was a little closer where it really did come down to those selections in the end. We saw a lot of full power boosts. Plus 50% damage when HP is over 90%, which, like, if you're running with a Zapdos and you have a bunch of those on your team, which we did see, honestly, both sides did have a lot of those. But if you've got the Zapdos with you, you're pushing in to end that game, I feel like that is the one to go with. But I did notice that also Hoopa picked up the Turbo Unite move. So that could, like, for a Hoopa especially, where you're like, okay, yeah, let me just get my Unite move back real quick, pull everyone into the base goal and just look for it. Like, I feel like there's just so many decisions that you can make there with those technologies.
I love that. Yeah, I love that call there, and I like that you pointed that out because, Hoopa Unite move in the normal mode, in ranked mode, in competitive Pokemon, is one of the most game-changing Unite moves that there is. And the Turbo Unite move, Aeos technology is, how it reads is that it instantly charges 50% and then can charge up to 100% extra. So you essentially have faster Unite moves flying through. And you saw, I think, how many times was Hoopa able to use that? I think it was like 4. Maybe 5?
I think it was maybe 4. Many.
There's a lot.
Enough.
Several. Enough, Hoopa. We banned your portals, but you cannot ban the Unite move. It is game-changing. What do you think T3 has to do here?
Was it the first time we saw Hoopa?
Yeah,
I feel like we haven't seen a lot of it, but I feel like GG is just seriously out-rotating. Like, I feel like that's what I'm seeing the whole time. Like, they are just a little bit ahead of the game in terms of adaptation right now. So I feel like T3 just has to go for early game, like, play some things that you're comfortable with. You know, it looks like they have decided, like, yeah, actually, we kind of like that Hoopa, so we're going to go for that ourselves. And possibly just look for some of those early game advantages and look for some more rotations. Like, this isn't a mode where you can just get a catch and win. Like, this is, you are brawling, you are team fighting, and you are capitalizing on the enemy's mistakes. And Goofy Goobers is just doing that really well right now.
See, very similar composition from Goofy Goobers. If I'm not mistaken, that's the exact same thing that they ran in the last match. So it ain't broke, don't fix it for them. T3, though, I mean, they're kind of running... we're seeing a lot of teams pick very similar things. We're seeing a lot of the Gengars. We're seeing a lot of the Meowscratas, like you said. A lot of the speedsters in general are incredibly powerful.
Yeah, and a lot of double speedsters, but noticeably a double attacker chosen for T3. So I'm interested to see kind of how that works out. I mean, Inteleon's pretty broken, so I guess it makes sense. And we're seeing Cinderace be prioritized a lot in this mode, but that does give them less option for dive, which Goofy Goobers has quite a lot of.
Yeah, T3 really liked that Hoopa pick for the Goofy Goobers, so they're going to try that out for themselves. Normal pathing here for both squads. Maybe a little bit unorthodox is T3 taking a little bit of time with Sobi to get down, and I think they might have gave over maybe some of the buffs over to her.
Yeah, just making sure you get Inteleon as fast as possible, have access to that snipe shot to make sure that you can get some of these objective secures, and just try to put pressure on with being at these Rotoms, at these Regielekis, Regidragos, to just make sure that you're able to secure those. That could be a really beneficial strategy, but you just got to be careful of getting out-rotated by GG.
You have to. They've been so good at it, and you're seeing it already. 3v3 in this top path. You see 10 seconds until this Rotom spawns in this top path, and you have some of the Pokemon just kind of hovering around, trying to figure out if anybody is looking to push. The reboots are, kind of just monitoring the situation, looking to shred on through. Zealot is looking to go on in with this Thenie. You have the Florigato looking for a way in. So is this Gengar. They do. Goofy Goobers comes out ahead.
Great secure there. I believe it was the Meowscarada. I do wish we got to know who secures the Rotoms. Yeah. We just know what team did, but I think it was that Meowscarada. The Florigato's leafage was just a little quicker than the Gengars there. But the other Gengar making quick work Sobi in the bottom path. So Goofy Goobers off to a fantastic start. Both Rotoms walking in for them.
I think we might have also, if I'm not mistaken, is that a Sludge Hex? Venusaur. Haunter in that bottom path. I thought I saw a Hex being run there, which is a little bit different from what we've seen in other matches.
Yeah, we usually are seeing that Dream Eater because you can just get a ton of burst on it, which is what we see Pure running. But is Luigi running the Sludge Hex? I wasn't really paying attention. No, they are running.
Oh, no,
Dream
there's
Eater, Shadow Ball. It's just the skin being extra. But right now, Goofy Goobers off to a fantastic start. Still 0 points on the board for T3.
I was just lying. I was gaslighting everybody into believing it was going to be Sludge Hex. Another secure here. I was gas bossing everybody. T3 is able to secure that Rotom in the top path. That's going to push towards that T1, but defensive stand here from Cinderace. Meowscarada finding a KO in the front line, make it a three-piece combo. Might be Hoopa next on the chopping block, but they're going to probably just hide in the Flux Zone, try to stay away from this cat.
Yeah, I mean, the cat just being able to kind of run through with the Trailblaze, and you just don't really need to worry about Flux Zones, is a great way to push enemies off of their own goal pads. And looks like they want to go in again. They will go back through that Hoopa portal using the Phantom Force with the trick locked in to make sure that they can get out. But good pressure continuing from Goofy Goobers here. And I mean, they have 2 AOS technologies, and T3 still at 0 points. So they need to try to make a plan here. They've got to get some points in.
You gotta. I mean, you've already unlocked 2 separate pieces of AOS technologies for the Goofy Goobers, that 50 and 100 point threshold. You gotta find something if you're T3. The Serena up here in the top path trying to find something. Gengar on the bottom path was able to get a double KO. Unite move coming in from this Hoopa. Rotom once again going over to Goobers, but T3 with a decent response, able to take out 2 members of the Goobers.
I mean, you take out 2 members, but at this point, we've got Goofy Goobers in such a advantage here. Dragonite grabbing a double as well, and now you have a point where Goofy Goobers can afford to just walk around, but T3 is so far behind that they can't afford to do that. They have to try to stay together as a team, but how can you realistically stay together as a team if you're leaving goal zones open?
You have Goofy Goobers getting shot by a snipe shot in the back line, but they are able to take that Rotom no problem. Luigi and Dragonite are monitoring to see if they're able to score some points. Opposing Gengar is able to land a combo, but flipping the Uno reverse card is the Goobers. Luigi, not a fire type, but they are heating up right now.
We've got the Hoopa Unite move coming down for Tie-Dye, going to try to mount a defense here, but is it possible? Gengar has respawned, is able to get back through the Hoopa portal. They will take down Dragonite, they will take down Gengar, and they will grab a third. This is T3's opportunity to start something, Kyle, anything.
Yeah, that was all pure right there, hitting every ball eater combo from Gengar and just gobbling up the Aeos technology to get their scores in. 80 points, they've crossed at least that first Aeos technology threshold, so that's the small victories that you take.
Look how fast the Night Slash just rips down those Rotoms as well. You just can't really leave anything alone. With that Meowscarada, with that moveset, it can just do so much. And look at that, they are jumping right in on top of Sobi, not able to get away. Goofy Goobers wants to continue their push. They're like, yeah, you got one piece of Aeos technology. We're not going to let you do anymore.
Regieleki starting to get chipped down here from the Goobers. T3 looking for a way in. Serena able to use their Unite move, but the Regieleki still going over the Goobers. That's going to march towards that T2 pad, that T2 goal zone for T3. Dragonite again pushing forward. Maybe a little ill-advised as Sobi is able to make quick work of that.
Yeah, but look at Meowscarada moving toward them in the bottom path as well. They just want to continue that push, and we do have some points raining in there for the Cinderace, but the other Cinderace will take them down to 18 now for Goofy Goobers. They have another piece of Aeos technology at this point, and I mean, they're able to defend, but the other Hoopa has, out-Hoopa'd the Hoopa.
Yeah, you gotta out-Hoopa your Hoopas. Hoopas on each side. 258 is the scoreline for Goofy Goobers. They have now crossed the threshold to get their 200-point version of the Aeos technology to enable some additional scoring on their side. Gengar, Luigi is able to pop their Unite move, might be looking for a KO. They find the combo on the opposing Gengar. That's a double combo for them, as Goofy Goobers still looking to push this Rotom.
T3's just got so many squishies into an enemy Gengar. It's absolutely terrifying. I mean, the nerve of them to even draft a composition like this. So many things are so squishy. They go down in like 1 or 2 hits. So you have a lot of squishy things, a lot more backline that I'd expect to see, and Goofy Goobers is taking advantage of that.
Oh, Pure finds a KO on the Cinderace. More KOs falling down. It's Hoopa along with Meowscarada. This is T3's fight to win. They're going to find another KO. It's all Cinderace right now, as Regieleki is going to march towards this T2 path. Cinderace on the top side of T3 is going to the T1 pad. 50 points going on in for Sobi. Maybe another 50 points going on in for Hoopa. And then Regieleki also throwing some scores in. And that's 310 for T3. They have flipped the script here, Husky.
Wow, they just capitalized on a huge catch and were able to take that fight, take down every single member of Goofy Goobers, and push their advantage. And now, just like that, this team is caught up. Maybe there is something to a late game. Maybe there's something that I'm missing here, Kyle.
Might be. 310. They have not unlocked their last bit of Aeos technology. Hoopa looking for a way in. They do not have their Unite move, but they might have been trying for a sneaky play if they were close. Anon able to stall it out. Unite move coming in from T3 into the Zapdos pit. Zapdos starting to get chipped down just a little bit. Meowscarada popping there. Unite move. Zapdos now starting to get hit. Hoopa on the side of Goofy Goobers goes down.
Oh.
Unite move in from Zealot on the Serena is helping take down another member of the Goobers. Dragonite now going down. It's just Salt along with this Gengar. Are they going to be able to find a KO? They missed the Dream Eater combo. Sobi lining up a snipe shot, looking to secure Zapdos. Hoopa, no, it's a none. We had Serena taking that.
Wow, I mean, Sobi did hit that snipe shot, but it was just a tick too early, and Serena was able to clean it up there with the last hit of that triple axle, and now T3 wants to potentially make a push here. We've got the instant score going in there, 350
Ooh, I love that.
points. That's the last piece of AO's technology. We've got the Inteleon insta score, and now Zapdos is destroyed, and Goofy Goober still is able to mount a defense.
They are 268, 350, 150 points from the victory is T3. They need this match in order to tie up the series 1-1. It is a best of 3 here in the winners finals. They're going to be looking for a secure. They might be looking for this next Zapdos that is going to be spawning in the next 3 seconds.
Yeah, we've got teams both starting to circle toward this Zapdos. We saw last time was T3 kind of got pushed over to the opposite side of the pit. Here comes Gengar immediately jumping in on top of Sobi. They are able to heal with the Phantom Force, and Tie-Dye's Unite move will come out, but Goofy Goober's ripping it on the opposite side.
Yeah, the Cinderace is doing work. They're going to have to look for a secure for T3 if they want to have a chance, but no, they're a little bit late. Cinderace is able to full shred that with their B button. Opposite Cinderace, Salt is going to try to take out the other one, and that is a mission accomplished. 3 members are down for T3. This Zapdos is walking towards this main base pad of T3, and they have multiple members down. Zapdos on in, points flying on in. That's 350. That's 418. They do not have enough money yet, though. Cinderace has 50, but they are low here, Husky.
Cinderace has 50. They could
Oh,
walk
there
in.
it
They will
is!
get it. There it is, Kyle. The 50 points for Cinder. Very patiently waiting to make sure that they could get those KOs before they themselves got KO'd and able to grab that win. 2-0 for Goofy Goobers. What a set there. T3 had us in the second half, but Goofy Goobers able to secure the second Zapdos and take home the win.
Double Zapdos. Able to get the second one, lost the first one. Goofy Goobers taking full advantage of their speedsters in that second Zapdos fight, finding some pivotal KOs and then just forcing their advantage, right? They had 3 members down on T3, and you just didn't have enough people there to defend. I think it was just, if I'm not mistaken, maybe Tie-Dye and Zealot that were back. It's just not enough beef to hold that front door open, or I guess keep it closed from that Zapdos. It just marches on in. Goofy Goobers, with all the patience in the world, able to close the door.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the problem there with that Zapdos fight, because if you get taken down, if you opt into a team fight and lose, and then the Zapdos starts absolutely gunning it towards your goal zone, you might not be up in time to even defend it there. So I think that's what T3 ran into in that moment. They lost a few members in the pit, and there just wasn't enough. And I mean, Zapdos doesn't stop for anything. So Zealot was trying to fight the Zapdos as it was walking, and that's another thing that it doesn't work. You can't do anything to it. It's just going to bowl right through you. And unfortunately for T3, they will go down here. But interestingly enough, we see the Goobers not opting for any instant scores at their 200-point slot. And I feel like that's kind of indicative of the position that they were in at that time, because at that time they were behind there. So they went for everybody put in double points, and then they had the speedy scorers, a couple of them, and then they had 3 double points AO's technologies. So they wanted to score double points at that point. It was interesting call.
It was. I don't mind it, though. Obviously, it paid dividends for them. They found themselves a little bit behind at one point, and they just didn't give up. I think that's kind of the name of the game here. If a team is a little bit, they take their foot off the gas after getting an advantage, there's definitely a lot of ways to come back, especially if the opponent does not have, a big frontline tank that can, hold these goal zones. I mean, you think things like that Snorlax that was banned this match, and Goofy Goobers they found that way to get it done.
Yeah, and we're seeing some replays here where we saw Pure get taken down in this moment, and this is kind of when T3 was like hanging on by a thread. It seemed like there was just so much early pushing there from Goofy Goobers, but this was kind of the moment where the tides were somewhat turned here with this defense that Pure was able to put up with this Gengar triple KO. That was huge.
Yeah, they turn it completely around at that moment, but we are going to go ahead and take this to a quick little break here, folks. We are going to get the next match set up. It is going to be the losers finals on deck, so don't go anywhere. We will be back with more First to 500 on Underdunk 49 after this. And welcome back on in Pokemon Unite Trainers Underdunk number 49. We are back. We have another matchup for you. It is going to be the losers finals. There's going to be some familiar teams in the competitive scene. T3 versus, well, we're going to call them OJ Light, maybe some light, Tropicana. Because it is only 4 of the 5 members of OJ. They're calling themselves Kratos is old today. I feel like that's probably insulting because I don't think Kratos is old, and he's
Kratos?
probably, I don't know. He's probably definitely not older than me, so that makes my feelings hurt. And I might go on strike.
Make your next name Kyle is old.
No,
because Kyle
that's
is
crazy.
pretty old.
Yeah, that's so true though.
Drop Kratos age in chat. Kratos age reveal when.
That's bananas. We have the bracket, the top 8. What's got us here is going to be the lower bracket here. T3 versus Kratos is old. We just saw GG, so the Goofy Goobers take down T3, which is why T3 is down here. Micro? I think it's Micro today. Micro and Cheese. What? Okay. Can someone riddle me this? Why is it Micro and Cheese and not Macro and Cheese? Because Macro is generally better to have, but also like macaroni and cheese.
Yeah.
I need some answers.
Yeah. My Virgo Rising's not happy about that one, but, you know, we ball. Maybe because they don't have good enough macro, and they felt that their micro was a better call for them to go with. I don't know.
Maybe.
Or we're all just Pokemon Unite players, and we don't know how to speak, and we don't know what words are, generally.
I just got word from production. Kratos is younger than me, and I am an old man, and I am a grandpa in terms of Pokemon Unite. So my feelings are officially
She didn't
hurt.
say how old Kratos was, but you said how old you were, and she said, yeah, Kratos is younger.
Yeah, that's pretty rough, buddy. That's pretty rough.
That's so rough.
Ugh. My back hurts. That does remind me to take ibuprofen. So.
Beena, I'm 25. Is he younger than me? We can figure this out, guys. We can figure this out. If I'm 25, is Kratos older or younger than me? I want to know.
we all need to know, is Husky also old? Oh, Shivam, our production is guessing older. Beena saying I will not play high-low. That's fair. Fair enough.
Fine.
Fair enough.
Fine. Me and Kyle are like 10 years apart, though. 9 years apart. So it's not that much. Kyle is old.
Kyle is old. Change the name to Kyle is old. I'm not on the team, so I feel like that's just mean. That'd be targeted bullying or something.
Yeah, fair. I mean, but yeah, losers bracket, best of 1. I feel like the best of 1s are always chaotic, but in this mode it'll probably be like 1,000 times more chaotic.
Oh, 1,000%. I'm interested to see. The last time we did see Kratos' old OJ Light, they make light orange juice, right? And like, or maybe this is pulp-free orange juices. I can't remember who's missing today.
Does the orange juice in orange juicers have pulp in it?
That's a good question. So I think they're just missing Zugrug tonight, right? So is Zugrug the pulp?
Is Zugrug the pulp?
Chat, we are asking the real questions here that everybody obviously needs to know. So we're going to have to figure this out. I don't know.
Is Zugrug the pulp? Is crazy. Crazy work. I don't like pulp in my orange juice.
I like it, honestly. I like it. It gives a old,
crunchy ass orange juice.
The cringe orange juice. I think the pulp is delicious. It gives it extra like it's like a pop of flavor. The texture, I get it. Texture's not great. Like gritty things.
It's like strings in your drink.
The texture's not good, but the extra flavor is nice.
I don't understand it. But I also don't like bubbles and like my bubble tea or anything like that.
Okay, that's weird.
I don't like popping bubbles or like jellies. Or
I usually just do the regular boba, like the brown sugar pearls. Not like
I
the
don't
popping
like those
ones.
either. Well, it chokes me.
It's just like
I try to
that's
drink
fair.
it, and then suddenly
fair.
I'm like, getting choked by it. But I don't know. I have like a weird texture thing with a lot of drinks, so I don't like solids in
Only
my
Diet
drink.
Cokes.
Yeah, just Diet Coke. I had 2 Diet Cokes today. It was one of those days. I locked myself out of my house for a long time trying to get to work this morning, so I watched the Pokemon Presents sitting on the cold concrete outside my door.
Yeah.
I was waiting for them to let me in. So it's been a day. I deserve that Diet Coke.
Yeah, absolutely did.
Does Kyle also like thick water, said Mindhacks.
Thick water?
thick
What the
water?
heck is thick water?
Water
What's
with ice.
thick water?
But I do
We're
like
gonna have
ice.
to figure out what thick water is. Yeah, ice is fine. I like ice.
Yeah.
I lie. I don't mind. I like the pellet ice. The pellet ice is really good, but I don't particularly like ice in my drink because I don't like drinking things that are cold. Like, at least with my water. I like lukewarm.
Really?
Yeah.
I do like lukewarm water. Because I can like chug it down, you know? Anyway, we've got a game.
Yeah, I love lukewarm water. I like chugging it. But yeah,
Yep.
I guess there is a game of Pokemon.
Yeah, and we are and we're also doing a Pokemon Unite tournament today. So we've got the bans, Speedster bans, and T3 is banning that Felicity and the Cinderace as well. So we've got Kratos' old locking in that Absol. Absol mirrored on the opposite side.
Yeah, this is the first time I think we're seeing Absol tonight because it's kind of hung out in that ban moratorium. So teams are finally letting it unleash. They're gonna see. Actually, no, I think we did see it maybe in like set 1 or 2. I think Kratos was able to play it for one match and then immediately it got banned. I think almost every single match.
Yeah, I mean, you're giving Kratos Absol. Why are you doing that?
Idea.
But T3 is going to try to counter Kratos' Absol with their own Absol. So we're going to see the Absol versus Absol matchup. And we're not seeing a double Speedster, I don't think, on either side. So an honest amount of Speedsters.
I like it. Scramble says no ice equals more drink. That's so true. That's all. That's the other part of it. Yeah.
My coffee, like I order like less ice at Dunkin'.
Oh, interesting. That's smart. I don't particularly like Dunkin' Donuts coffee.
It tastes like water
that might
most
be
of the
weird
time.
to me. They always like put too much sugar in it. And there's just like almost like so
Well, I
much
need it to
variability.
be a milkshake. Mine has a lot.
Yeah, you can't have the real one.
But I feel like most of the time it just tastes like dirty water.
Roland finally on the Sableye. That's another Pokemon that's been banned almost all day.
Sableye.
Y'all might have forgot, but there is Pokemon Unite actually.
Sorry, I'm so tired.
Able to secure that Audino. I was about to say Indeedee, but we are back on Remote Stadium. We have a couple KOs going, might be going, but no, instead they're going to peel back, just elect to go ahead and score their Aos points in that T1 path. 51 going on in for Kratos' Soul.
Yeah, so first piece of AOS technology unlocked for Kratos' old and 0 points in for T3. But here on the Dark Urshifu wants to try to go for this Rotom. They know that he's in there, and looks like they might just try to give it away. No, they actually go for the secure, but level 4 Celebi not able to get it. Rotom going to be walking toward the goal zone for T3, and they are going to be putting in some points.
Yeah, Rotom's going to weaken that goal zone, allow for instant scoring. Opposite of what, some of these other objectives do. So the Regieleki is just going to instantly score, and then the Regidrago is going to give you experience. So that's a little bit about what we've seen tonight. 108 points for Kratos is all. That means that they have unlocked their first, or I guess their second bit of Aos technology. Third?
Yeah, so already off to a pretty good start here for Kratos' old. They're just doing these rotations and making sure they have full control over the map, and now T3 sending everybody down to this bottom path, which I feel like from what we've seen tonight, the entire team grouping together tends to be a mistake, because as soon as you realize where they are, it's wow, just got obliterated. That Alola Ninetales, the Absol, made them not stand a chance.
Oh, we're going to finally get some points pushed on in on this T1 path on the basement side. Kratos is old, taking it to T3, 188 to 42. 12 points away from locking that ever so important 200-point threshold of Eos technology.
Oh. Yes, Snorlax getting caught there, going down. Regidrago as well, starting to move around, but it will be Kratos' old taking control of that, and they just have full control over this map right now. And thinking about remote stadium that I forgot about was how difficult it is to move through the central area because there's only like one way in, and I feel like that's a problem for T3 right now. Huge snipe getting taken out that Alola Ninetales.
Yeah, completely obliterated. 228 now. So Kratos' ult has unlocked their next set of Eos technology. We're going to see what they're going to elect to do here. Sableye might be looking for a way in, might be looking for a score. Alolan Ninetales hiding in the tall grass. Absol is going to come on in return. Sableye is able to get their 40 points on in with their score shield. Not only that, but they're going to, feint attack on in, or sorry, whatever that one is.
Knockoff?
Well, knockoff. Take some more points.
They will go down, though, so finally going down, but 277 points have made it onto the board. Wow, what a fight there in that top path. Blaziken just barely going down there. Absol having to go back to the Pokemon Center to refresh. Kratos' old is continuing their push here with this Rotom. They will finally back off, but looking at these levels across the board, Kratos' old is definitely in control of this match right now.
They're dominating right now. Absol Anon looking for some bit of experience to find out and try to level up with the Absol counterpart on the opposite side on Kratos' old. It is Kratos on that, by the way. If Regidrago is getting taken by Pure, great secure there by that Urshifu. However, they're going to pay the price for it as two members of OJ able to close in on them.
What an eject button on that dragon combo there from the Garchomp, able to take down the Urshifu. I mean, you don't have unstoppable forever, even if you do have a wicked blow that lets you be unstoppable. It just does not matter for long enough. So Kratos is old in a substantial lead right now. And T3, though, they will get this Rotom, but the rest of the team has made it down into this bottom path. I don't know if Sobi's going to be able to do much against this level 14 Absol.
Oh, Garchomp getting caught out in that central area, trying to push that Rotom into the home goal zone. Unable to do so. Kratos' ult is looking to find a push here. Sableye sees the Snorlax hiding in the tall grass, retreats back to their side of the map where they're going to probably try to find a way to re-engage. 277 to 49 here at the 5-minute mark. Pure getting caught once again. Unite move out from them. They're looking to hunt down Flareons. Not able to do so. Snipe shot from close range, able to take them out.
The level lead is just too different right now, unfortunately. And this isn't a game mode where you farm experience. This is a game mode where you have to pick up KOs, and that's really your main form of experience, getting objectives and KOs. And unfortunately for T3, they just haven't really been able to do any of that.
Here's a block coming in from this level 4 Celebi on the Snorlax. Unite move coming out from Kratos, looking to hunt down the opposing Snorlax, unable to close out just yet. But Rotom does walk in on Kratos' ult, but T3 unable to get anything accomplished with it.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Rotom. Like, you have to be right there, and you kind of have to have already won that team fight if you want to push and actually make something happen with that Rotom. But on the opposite side, we do have T3 fighting back still. They're able to pick up a double KO, and they're going to have, at some point, they're going to have to go for a push, but at the same time, you can't leave your goal zones open. Look at that, Kratos trying to make a 50
are they getting that?
91
No way.
points are trying to go in for that. No, not able to go in.
That was incredibly close for them. 298, though, on Kratos' ult. We're going to see if they're going to be able to get their next 52 points. They'll unlock that final piece of Eos technology that they want. Roland does find the Urshifu hiding in the tall grass. Huge snipe shot. Flareon's able to find a KO there. They find a second. They take out Pure, send them packing.
Letting Flareons have Inteleon is one of the biggest mistakes that you can make in the game of Pokemon Unite, because he does not miss those snipe shots, and he is not trying to start here. Look at Roland walking around 97 points. How big are those little Sableye pockets? Where are you putting all those?
Where are you putting all those? Might try to find something maybe in the home goal zone. A great defensive stand here for T3. They're trying to claw their way back in. They just have not found any openings. There is that top path that's still hanging out. Absol looking to go on in. Kratos finds that Snorlax is just going to go ahead and utilize their Unite move. About 25 seconds away from the Zapdos spawning in the center area.
Yeah, it looks like the teams have started to congregate towards the center. Sableye picking the KO on the Alolan Ninetales, but Absol getting a KO the other way, and it will be T3 taking control of that Regidrago for the time being. But we've got those points going in there for the Sableye. 350 now unlocked for Kratos' ult, and T3 has not yet even gotten their second piece of AO's technology.
Yeah, they're going to have to find something. Instead, they are going to try to start to rip through this Zapdos, but incredible plays here from this Garchomp. They find not one, but 2 KOs. They're looking for a second or a third, but Flareon's is here for reinforcements. Zapdos getting dangerously low. Huge snipe shots, able to take out the Alolan Ninetales. This is going to be a free Zapdos for Kratos' ult, as every member of T3 is back at the Pokemon Center. They're going to look to try to find a way on into this goal zone. Zapdos is flying towards it.
This might be Kratos' ult's big moment here, trying to push this Zapdos in. If you can get the first Zapdos in and just capitalize on it, but everybody from T3 is there. Rotom is also walking forwards. This is a lot of defense that T3 has to try to put up right now, Kyle.
Zapdos trying to inch its way close, but a good stand here for T3 just in the nick of time, but good vision here for Kratos' ult is sending that Garchomp back up to the top path to rip through another objective, that Rotom. So they're just consistently keeping pressure on T3. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, and you have that Sableye sitting there with 100 points just waiting for the second that T3 walks off of that goal zone, and they're not doing it. I think that teams have started to realize that you do have to just keep somebody on pad at all times, because somebody's just going to walk in with 100 or something like that. And look,
like that?
There's the Sableye doing it right now. 100 points are going to go in. That will be 450 for Kratos' ult, but can T3 capitalize on this in the central area? They do. They will get the Zapdos. It will finally start walking toward that tier 1 goal zone.
That is something. Another 13 go flying in from this Sableye. Another 14 in pocket. They have a score shield that is going to walk on in. 477. They are 23 points away. Is Sableye able to continuously steal some of the energy from T3 and keep their pockets full and try to score on in? It's only 23 points. They already have 14.
I mean, they got the Zapdos, but it didn't do anything. Not even a single point off of that Zapdos, because you just can't push with it, because then the entire team leaves the goal zone open. You can't let that happen. So at this point, it's T3 on the defensive, and they have to literally KO every single member of Kratos' ult if they want to come back in this game.
Garchomp just full ripping this third Zapdos of the match. We'll see if that is going to be the deciding factor here. Sableye, Roland doing exactly what you want to do, continually putting pressure, but they ended up paying for it, and they're back at the Pokemon Center. So these are some full pockets for Kratos' ult as they are looking to find an engage point. 2 members down for T3. Zapdos is flying their way towards the goal zone. Good block from Snorlax to respond. Garchomp is in there. Flareon's is firing some snapshots from the back line. They find the Alolan Ninetales. It's just this Snorlax. All 5 members down, and Kratos is old. Going to the grand finals.
There it is, the Absol, with the last amount of points needed to carry them over that 500-point threshold, and it will be Kratos' ult going for the salty run back against Goofy Goobers, who they faced earlier, the team that sent them down into that lower bracket to begin with. But this is just one of those moments where you gave Kratos Absol and you gave Flareon's Inteleon. So
yeah,
that's Flareon's favorite evolution, you know?
Yeah, the favorite evolution. Inteleon, the intelligent. 144k damage, only took 15, so just despite having some speedster pressure on the opposite side, not able to find Flareons in the back line was, a little tough there. But Kratos is old. They got it done. They squeezed the juice out of them. They're going back to that grand finals where Goofy Goobers is waiting for them. If you're Kratos is old, you definitely want to come back here and close the door and try to show them why you're one of the best. Yeah. You want to do something.
Definitely want to come back here and try to get that salty run back going. Yeah. Look at these AOS technology choices here for these teams. I feel like when I look at the last piece of AOS technology, you just go with that power one. What is it called again? It's the full power boost. So often you just do that because, and like, if you get far enough ahead where there's not enough AOS technologies on the opposite side, like, you're just doing so much damage to the other team. It's so much harder for them to defend, especially when Zapdos moves, like, as hard and fast as it does. It's so tough if you're falling behind to really come back.
Ooh, yeah. I like it. I think that's probably the best item in that 350 bundle. See a couple members selecting a couple different options. We saw Roland select that double pocket on the Sableye, and they were able to find that 100-point dunk there. That was pretty intense.
Yeah.
Some great moments here, though. But either way, Kratos is old. They're going on to your grand finals, where Goofy Goobers is waiting for them. It is a best of 3 set in the grand finals with a best of 1 run back if Kratos is old is able to win that first best of 3. So we'll see if they're able to get it done here, but here's some of the highlights from that last match. Oh. And we are going immediately into the blind pick phase. Immediately. Infographic. I did make that a soundboard sound. You can't hear it, but just know it's very funny. Kratos is old, going to be on your purple side. Goofy Goobers on your orange side. And Goofy Goobers does have that not one game advantage, but the winner side advantage in this first best of 3. If they are able to win it, tournament over, Goobers are your champions. If Kratos is old is able to take the 2 of 3, then they will force a best of 1 grand finals reset.
And it would be interesting. Wow, look at this Meowscarada matchup on either side. Is this the first time we've seen the double Meowscarada matchup tonight? I feel like, have we seen it?
Maybe.
It's the first time I've seen it. Hopefully we get somebody going the right move set of Flower Trick. That is the move that got buffed, but I feel like from what I'm seeing, having that kind of rip on your team, especially from something like a Speedster, having rip and dive is really strong. So I see where Night Slash is the play, but I still think it's the wrong build.
You're allowed to feel that way, my friend, and I think that's valid. We'll see how it plays out. We'll see. Maybe one Meowscarada will go one trick, the other one will go or Flower Trick. I was gonna say one trick. One will go Flower Trick, the other will go Night Slash. I'm interested to see if I like when the same Pokemon go different sets within these blind pick, because obviously, in our normal mode, you're not able to play the same Pokemon, but in these fun little one-off things, might be fun to see something like that.
Ooh, we've got Gibble Cheese early. AJ Dragon trying to run away, but not able to. That Gibble Cheese is huge. Already level 4 for them. Goofy Goobers is off to a good start with 1 point secured so far. And Florigato trying to do something up in this top path to take down this objective. Did they get it there?
I think that it was Kratos that was able to secure that Clay Doll. It's going to award them a little bit of time and space before this Rotom spawns in 2 seconds. Both paths going to man even here. 2v2 on the bot side, 3v3 on the top side. We have a little bit of a push here for Kratos' ult. They find a KO on the reboot. Kratos is able to jump on out and secure the Rotom. So that's going to enable a little bit of an additional push here. Gold Zone is weakened, and points are going to fly on in. This Gold Zone might be down for the count.
We haven't seen much Psyduck yet in this mode, but this is an interesting one. Roland picking up this Pokemon, the duck themselves, with the little stylish outfit on as well. So that's always fun to see. But I feel like that could be very valuable, especially with the Psychic build, just kind of repositioning enemies off of their goal zone and give time for your team to score, potentially. Could be a really, really solid play.
Ooh, Cinder Ace might be getting caught here. They do find a KO on the Psyduck, but Meowscarada is heating up. Kratos is looking fantastic on this pick so far. Right, that, if I'm not mistaken, that's that Night Slash build.
Yeah, that is the wrong build, but they are looking pretty good on it. The rip is just something that is so extremely valuable. So seeing them just able to take down objectives so fast and just pick up some of these KOs has been absolutely huge. We've got the Garchomp using the Unite move immediately. The other Meowscarada will go down, as well as that Hoopa. So far, Kratos' ult is looking pretty solid.
Oof. Also looking solid. Flareon's on this Gengar, a little bit different from what they normally play in those bot lane attackers. Gengar has incredible burst ability. Another Rotom has hit Thea Sky, oh my gosh, Remote Stadium down this basement path. But a good response here from Goofy Goobers. They lose the Rotom, but they pressed forward. They found some KOs on Kratos' ult.
Unfortunately, Gengar missed everything there, so they were not able to get anything in. But wow, Meowscarada takes a ton of damage and forces Kratos' ult back and away, and suddenly Goofy Goobers has taken a score lead.
Once again, they've also unlocked that first bit of Eos technology. I guess the second round, 50 and then 100. So they grab that bit. We're going to see what they end up locking in a little bit later. But Kratos' ult not too far behind right now. Level 11 on Flareons and level 11 on Kratos themselves. Very strong leveling so far.
I'm surprised, honestly, to see a lot of this Dragonite coming out, the Outrage Dragonite. I feel like teams are starting to realize that Rip is so valuable because of how low health these objectives are and how quickly you can take them off the map. And I feel like that's kind of the plan for these teams. So a lot of Rip that we're seeing on both sides right now. But fortunately for this Meowscarada, they will be getting taken down, and the Regieleki will be taking down the Dragonite as well.
Yeah, that's pretty big right there. Rotom on this top side is going to starting to get ripped down from Kratos' ult. Blazing Bicycle Kick is a little bit early, and Gengar, it's Flareon's on that Pokemon, able to secure that for themselves. Luigi on the Gengar on the bot side, gonna get chased down by this Meowscarada, and a heavy slam to finish the job from that Snorlax.
That's a lot of resources on top of that Gengar. They wanted them bad, but they did get them. And the other Gengar was also taken down. Flareon's was in that path there. So we still have Goofy Goobers putting some points in, but Kratos' ult is not far behind, and they're not far behind in levels either. It looks like pretty even right now on both sides. Both teams could take a team fight, and I feel like one of the problems I've always had with Unite is just the time to go down is so short, and I feel like it's even shorter in this game mode. Like, you just get picks all over the place in this mode.
It's like burst or be burst. Snorlax is going to take a quick little power nap. Rotom is secured by Kratos' ult. We're going to see Goofy Goobers peel back because Luigi was incredibly low. Also, the Cinderace. Meowscarada, Kratos is looking to push on forward. Hoopa is going to bring the team in. Rings are unbound. Team is responding to this Rotom on the bot path. They find a couple of KOs. But look at that synergy from the Goofy Goobers.
Yeah, that was a really good play there, sending the Meowscarada back because they really needed to heal there, but knowing that a push could be coming, so you really need everybody back there as soon as possible. So using that Hoopa Unite move to make sure that happens. They're looking for 25 points, will not get it. The Garchomp is just too fast, too strong. Gibble Cheese translates into Garchomp Cheese. They will be able to prevent that score.
Hoopa looking for a way on in. Might just be stalling out time because the inevitable might be happening. Snorlax able to take them down, send them back. That bought a little bit of time. Rotom walks on in. 50 points on in for Kratos' ult, and they're going to get another 15 to score it. No overcaps in this mode. Once again, you just get left with the leftover. There'll always be an even goal.
Yeah, and we've got the, I believe that is the score speed on the Snorlax, because those points went in very fast. 230 now to 211, but this is a pretty close game. It might not be for long, though. We've got the Rotom walking in.
Wow.
And we will have the 400-point mark broken for Kratos' ult.
Massive. Yeah, they're 100 points away from sealing the deal here in Game 1 of your Grand Finals. However, on the opposite side, Goofy Goobers was able to almost even up the score, but not quite yet. AJ Dragon is going to bring the team into the center area with the Rings Unbound, mostly just to respond, make sure more points don't go on in for Kratos' ult. 50 points was being looked at from Flareon, but instead they're going to turn their vision onto the Cinderace, now onto the opposite Gengar, but Luigi getting the best of them.
This is now the point of the match where you cannot leave goal zones unattended, because you leave them unattended for a little bit too long, and suddenly the next 100 points are going in and you lose the game. So you just cannot afford to not be sitting somebody on that basement pad. But I just want to also draw attention to the fact that Goofy Goober's composition has no defender, and again, we're just seeing this super squishy comp just focused on bursting as much as possible.
Oh, points going on in. There it is. Blink of an eye. Kratos' ult. Just able to clinch that out of nowhere. I think, were those some instant scores there, Husky?
I believe so. I believe they applied their AOS technology in that last second right there, just immediately throwing it in at the end. And wow, I mean, great call from them. It's like, okay, yeah, we'll just all pick instant score, but we're not going to use it right away. We're just going to wait for the right time to walk in and do it. And that's what they did. Great game.
That's what I've been talking about. That's what I want to see from these teams. Some big macro decisions and timely scores, timely use of that instant score, because in a blink of an eye, Goofy Goobers had no option to respond. 2 scores of full pockets of 50 points. Going in, Kratos is old, taking game 1.
And they are going to be also looking to clear the next game as well and send us to a reset. And I mean, I feel like Kratos is old suddenly got it, like just figured out the meta. Like they figured it out because they didn't look as solid against Goofy Goobers before. They were getting seriously out rotated, I feel like, but they've suddenly figured out kind of where they want to go. And it does look like this comp might be it for them. And there we go with the AOS technology, those instant scores. 3 of them had it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we've been seeing. We've been talking about might be, one of the options for teams to implement is to save those. And that's going to prevent a lot of what you saw happen in that earlier set where, neither team could really find a way to close the door and get that 500th point. Well, when you have 3 Pokemon that can instantly score and have full pockets and have saved that instant score for a moment, that is going to do the trick. And Kratos is old. Completely did exactly what they needed to do.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes the RNG is just on your side, right? Like, you only get access to 3 options for the AOS technology at any given time, and sometimes you just get the ones you want. And I think that that's kind of what happened there with Kratos' hold in that previous match. But it looks like locking in a run back on both sides. Are we seeing the run back? Alrighty.
Same thing, same bands, same picks. I think they're really set with what they had previously. They felt like it was effective. I think it's just a matter of, do you get the right AOS tech at the right time? We'll see if Kratos' ult is going to try to implement that same strategy of using that instant score and saving that for a moment to clinch a victory. That was perfectly executed by them.
Yeah, I guess both teams have kind of figured out the composition that they want to roll with for the rest of the night. They're like, hey, I think this is the meta composition. Yeah. This is what we're going to go with. So they're both comfortable with it, and we're just going to have to see what Goofy Goobers can do to try to stop this demon composition that Kratos' ult has come up with at this point in the match. Just rip on burst on rip on psychic, I guess.
They did win game 1 of the set that they played earlier, but Goofy Goobers was able to recover and win both of the next 2 to send them up through the winner side, and down went Kratos' ult to the lower side. But if Kratos' ult is able to secure the win here in game 2, that will force a best of 1 for this grand finals reset.
And we'll have to see if that's what happens. Got the first 4 points going in this match, and it's going to be Goofy Goobers, the little tiny Dratini, wagging his little baby eeny tiny tail, and he's going to be able to get back, just popping that X speed. It is so difficult as a Dratini to go up against a already level 6 Haunter in 40 seconds into the game, and this is just kind of what happens with some of these slower leveling later game Pokemon. But from what we've seen, when this Dragonite gets online and has that outrage, it is huge.
Oh, another thing that's huge is Luigi on this Haunter, but Kratos is able to get evolved, get online as Meowscarada, get a KO, but it's no use. Goofy Goober's able to return the favor. Here comes, I think it was Flareon's once again on the Gengar, but I think it was the evolution of Meowscarada that saved them.
Yeah, it was the iframes because they were able to dodge the sleep there. But Gengar, Flareon's is not done yet. They want to try to still take down this Meowscarada, and it is the Psyduck with that Surf who's able to do it. Ooh, picking up a double, actually, grabbing the Hoopa as well.
Quack, quack. Huge KOs here for Roland. That's pretty massive. I think definitely one of the better Psyduck players in North America. We've seen them play it a lot in the normal mode. In this mode, it seems actually pretty strong. It seems like Psyduck is a really good support Pokemon into Speedsters because of that Surf.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you can displace the Speedsters and cut off their momentum, that's kind of the way that you want to roll with it. But that being said, the Psyduck didn't have time to react there. No. That Trailblaze came in, and it came in hard. And looking to take out Kratos now is the Goobers. They are able to, but here comes the reinforcements, Kyle.
Man.
Gengar has arrived.
Gengar and Garchomp, the 2 Gars in that top path, respond perfectly and timely for Kratos' ult. They're able to break that T1 goal zone, and that has awarded them their first bit of AOS technology that they've unlocked outside of that originating tech. The bottom path is going swimmingly. Snorlax is able to engage on the Dragonite, closed out by this Meowscarada. Gengar online for Luigi. They're looking for a way in. Unite move is out. Block is up. We're going to see if anybody is going to be able to survive, and they do. Kratos is looking to push this Rotom in.
Here comes Cinderace, though. They want to try to use their auto attacks and look for a push, but they're not able to prevent that Rotom from walking in. Here comes Kratos. They jump right on top of the Cinderace and take them down. More points go in for Kratos' ult, but they will be at the expense of the Meowscarada's life. It doesn't matter to Flareon's, though. They will go ahead and break that basement goal.
Flareon's is cooking right now. 140.59. Make it 63 now with that little bit of points that go in for the Goofy Goobers. AJ Dragon looking to do some sort of work. They stall it out, and
wow.
That was a big quick score for them, and they're able to accomplish it.
Yeah, the quick score, and they will grab that goal zone. So they're not out of it yet, but we do have 140 points on the board for Kratos' ult. So they have their second piece of AOS technology, while Goofy Goobers only has access to one. So they need some more points in, try to match what Kratos' ult is trying to do right now. But Luigi getting caught out in this center little choke point there by that block on the Snorlax. And I mean, in my opinion, I feel like Kratos' ult kind of locked it down with their defender support core. I feel like this is the correct one, in my opinion.
Yeah. That's massive play there from Goofy Goobers as they take out the Garchomp. However, good response from Flareon's is going to save them. 200-point mark is reached for Kratos' ult on this basement path. That's going to unlock their scoring set of the AOS technology, but Goofy Goobers looking to respond on this T1 pad. 36 going in from Gengar. Dragonite also looking to drop in some points. We have a little bit of a response here from Snorlax, but it's not enough to save the pad.
Yeah, just that's kind of what happens, that just the tides switch so fast. The momentum can change at the drop of a hat, at the drop of a Gengar's witch hat.
Yeah, look at the witch hat, yeah.
You know, something like that.
Like
or the Garchomp Santa hat, which is
also
very
wearing
stylish.
a Santa hat.
That's true. It's Christmas here in Remote Stadium, 500-point mode. Garchomp looking to engage. They will pop a Unite move here, trying to prevent this Hoopa Unite move from doing anything. Wow, the Meowscarada gets obliterated in its own Floral Flourish, not able to hold on there. Right now, Kratos' ult is trying to keep their dominant presence on Remote Stadium.
Yeah, that was an incredible... This drop the hammer from the Garchomp onto Goofy Goobers. Looking to push this T2 pad. Goal zone closed out for Kratos' ult. That goal zone down. Another point likely going on in. Rotom does weaken the defenses. 50 points, and that goal zone's down. So 350 to 170. Fantastic response here from Kratos' ult. They need to find 150 points more to close this game out.
Yeah, but you don't want to be going down here. Roland does not want to leave pads open, and we were talking about how good Surf and Psychic is into Speedsters, and that's really the only reason they were able to get away from that Meowscarada. There's a ton of movement speed on the Trailblaze build, and you know, just able to continue to chase down the enemies. So Roland being able to have access to those displacement moves, absolutely huge. Hoopa looking for 19 points, not able to get it here. So Goofy Goobers not in a great spot right now.
Not at all. Meowscarada able to make quick work of that Rotom in the top path. Regidrago next on the chopping block. They make quick work of that objective now. Rotom walking towards that home goal zone, but so is Kratos' ult. They're looking for a way to end this game. They're finding a lot of presence on the map. Flareon's looking to engage. However, they get met with resistance by the rest of the Goobers. Dragonite able to secure the KO on Flareon's. Now the opposing Gengar.
Ooh.
Luigi looking for the Psyduck. Have to use their Unite mode. Unable to close that out. A good response here from Goofy Goobers. They stay in this match.
Great timing on that Surf from the Psyduck to prevent the Gengar from getting any closer to them. That was just absolutely huge. And Kratos' ult has the advantage, and they're only 150 points off of their goal. But at this point, with about a minute left until Zapdos hits the map, I wonder if they even bother with trying to go for a push here unless they just continue to KO everybody on Goofy Goobers. Then, you might be able to something here. AJ Dragon in a little bit of trouble, looking for some vision. They might be able to get out here.
They might be able to. They even pop their Rings Unbound, try to bring the teams in. But the response from Dragonite or Garchomp, Livid Outrage is out. No one takes that portal. That is not a safe place to be. Psyduck's Headache Gauge pops, hits them with the Psychic, hits them with the Surf, the enhanced boosted Surf. Wow. Gengar looking to combat them with a little bit of damage of their own, but Meowscarada with a great response. Great plays there by Kratos.
You can just do sword jumping in the enemy team when you have that 350 points technology and the enemy team doesn't, because I imagine we are seeing some damage increases here. We can see it. Look at the Gengar just ripping through a Dragonite. I mean, why even bother having defenders if you're going to be playing from behind? The triple K from Flareons, and they want to push onto this home goal zone. Zapdos has been taken. This could be Kratos' old moment.
It might be. 4 members are down. It's just this Gengar trying to hold the door, but that is a flimsy door as Gengar gets sent packing. Zapdos walking on towards it, but it doesn't matter. They're able to score all of their points before Zapdos even walks in.
That is going to be Kratos' old taking the first part of the grand finals, coming from the lower side bracket and able to 2-0 Goofy Goobers in this first part of the set, which... Is that correct that this will take us to a best of 1 reset here?
Yeah, best of 1 reset is going to be on deck, so this next match will determine who is your Underdunk Grand Finals champion. It'll be the first of its kind, the first to 500 point mode, and it's going to a reset. OJ Light. What do we call it? Do we call it OJ Light? What are we calling it? Diet OJ? No pulp OJ?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to call Kratos old anymore because
Boneless
it makes me feel bad. Boneless OJ is wild work.
The bones.
We're gonna call it Sunny D. Oh, we're calling them Sunny D. We're changing it to Sunny D. I like it.
Sunny D. The bones are Zugrug. That's it.
The bones are Zugrug.
Zugrug's all the bones. Zugrug's the pulp. Bro, I don't know Zugrug. Like, we're just out here, and like, I hope he doesn't think that we're just like roasting him.
No, I hope not. No, because I love pulp. You're roasting him because you said you don't like pulp.
I don't like
I love pulp, and I love Zugrug. I hope
okay.
I'm a big OJ fan.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're gonna see if that ends up happening here. Diet OJ, Sunny D. Looking to take this one home. But with this best of 1 reset here, Goofy Goobers, having come from the winner's side, still does have that advantage of forcing this best of 1. So they got to figure something out here to try to stop Kratos' old from taking this tournament.
You got to put a stop to it. Yeah, no instant scores from either team. Obviously, Goofy Goobers never got to that 200 point mark. And I think it was OJ. Maybe they didn't even get it, but they didn't need it. They really put their foot on the gas in this game, too. This reset is going to be for all the marbles, as Spriggles and Dupestick said.
Every
all
marble.
The marbles? Largest marble.
Including the largest marble. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that's what, that's what we're going to be seeing. And I feel like I said it earlier in that match, but I feel like the Snorlax Psyduck core, or maybe instead of Psyduck you run like Hoopa or Sableye, like some of those harasser supporters is something that you really want to run in this situation. But I think the Snorlax is the call, and I think that Goofy Goobers could really benefit from grabbing a defender here, just somebody, maybe even Snorlax themselves, who can just like sit on pad, block, displace the enemy, something, because I just don't think they have enough yet.
Yeah, they definitely don't. I think Snorlax probably like S tier defender in this mode, just because of the utility alone. Block obviously getting a buff in this most recent patch, and that's made it even better. Some of the HP buffs on it also looking pretty nice, if you ask me. Mm-hmm. I'm really excited to see kind of how this evolves, and obviously this isn't the main game mode, right? It's not the, what's going to be played in UCS, but it's been really fun to see how the meta has shifted and changed, and how teams are attacking certain strategies. And, you know, for as odd as it has been to like play a completely different mode, I've really enjoyed it. And I hope that they end up taking this mode and adding on, making it better, adding new things to kind of create its own meta within it. So we'll see if this is like going to be like the eventual mode, but I think it's only good when you can add different like ways to play the game, different ways to like try to outsmart your opponents.
There's a lot of strategies, and we've been seeing them start to come out in just today's tournament, the first to 500 tournament, at least that we know of. And, you know, we say like, oh, probably a speedster meta, but that could also just be because the speedsters were recently changed. I mean, not all the speedsters were changed, you know, so and we're seeing a lot of those speedsters that did happen to be changed. So we'll have to see what ends up happening here as this game mode continues to evolve.
Yeah, we're not really seeing. I think we saw, what did we see? Maybe like 1 or 2 Zera Auras all night. It didn't seem like they were providing the type of view that these picks like Meowscarada and Gengar and Absol that received that defense penetration buff in this last patch. And those things have been just seen almost every single match tonight, whether it was picked or banned. Haven't seen, you know, we saw a lot of Talonflame earlier, but these two teams haven't really been paying attention to Talonflame. They haven't really found the value in it.
I think it's also just like when you get to the later games of a tournament, it's less about exactly what the best Pokemon is and more about what you know that you can win with playing against a team of that caliber, dare I say it. So it's like a little bit easier to kind of pivot away from things that might be really, really solid because you're just not too worried about that. Like, you know what you can win with.
Absolutely. Roland looking for maybe a little bit of pressure early on. It's going to be Sableye on Sableye crime in this top path. They handshake across the map. AJ Dragon looking for an invade. Might be looking for some of these buffs. Instead, they're going to grab that speed berry and make their target known. It is going to be that Floricata.
I mean, that was the strategy Goofy Goopers decided to go with. They're like, all right, we're going to change something up. Let's go with the Sableye instead of the Hoopa. If they're running the Psyduck, we're running the Sableye. And Roland was like, you know what, I'm running the Sableye, actually. So we end up with the Sableye on Sableye, and that's not a great look for AJ Dragon early. They will get taken out by Kratos in the central area.
Yeah, they stall it out a little bit, but now you've awarded 5.5 to that Florigato, almost getting level 6 before they're even able to come to the path in the top side. 2v2 on the bottom side. Rotom is about to hit the map. Sableye for Roland is going to knock off the opponent. It's going to stun them for quite a bit, and the opposing Sableye on the side of Goofy Goober is just trying to push them back towards the pad. Rotom taken for Kratos.
Roland's Sableye is just unreal, dude. Like, I can't, like, the way that you do things with this Pokemon is just crazy. We've got that first goal zone already broken and access to the first piece of Bayo's technology. Not able to happen in the bottom path. The Rotom does get destroyed, and it forces Kratos' ult off that tier 1 goal zone, but they are already off to a great start.
Good start indeed. Kratos gets found out by this Doublade. They're going to return the favor, but they already ticked their level 9. That's the Floral Flourish, able to get a double KO. They might try to get a third here on this Sableye, just out of reach, unable to do so. They're going to Trailblaze on in. Not a triple KO, but they still take him down.
Yeah, they're just able to get these picks, and, you know, as we were talking about earlier, that's kind of the way that you progress in this game mode. It's less about farming and more about just grabbing picks and grabbing scores, and that's how you get your levels. And right now, this Meowscarada for Kratos' ult is looking fantastic because they're able to be doing that.
Look at that eject into the heavy slam, into the block here from Kratos. However, the Goofy Goobers do respond pretty well. They're able to take the Rotom for themselves. Coup de grace, able to secure a couple KOs of their own. Flareon's trying to find a way to get a KO, but the Rotom walks on in. But opposite side of the map, Husky, looks like Kratos was able to find some value and get some points in on that T2.
Yeah, Gengar looking now for this Aegislash, and they will find them. Level 10 ticked into for Flareons, and they're going to immediately pop that Unite move and go in for a push because there is just a little Haunter on the opposite side for Goofy Goober, so the advantage is definitely in favor of Kratos' ult.
That's a Hex Gengar, so a little bit different from what we've been seeing these teams go. Kratos, though, it's Flareons on the normal Gengar, the Shadow Ball Gengar, looking pretty good. Going to take a little bit of a power nap as Snorlax's Meowscarada is able to find a double KO in the back line. Aegislash trying to run away, but you cannot hide from that kitty cat, finding a triple KO. Looking to continue pushing on forward. Gengar does find a Hex combo, finds a KO on the Sableye.
Yeah, finally able to get that level 9, and we'll have to see if Hex is going to be the answer there. They are able to rip through objectives extremely, extremely fast. So if they can get on a Zapdos, if they even make it to that point in the match, which right now, I don't know how good that is looking for them. Kratos' ult is definitely ahead in the score, and their levels are looking pretty ahead as well.
Yeah, 2 level 13s already. Meowscarada and Garchomp are starting to scale, and that's going to be very scary if you're the Goobers. 142-86 is your scoreline right now. Kratos doing what they got to do. Dragonite might be coming in for a little bit of a hard landing, but they are unable to find the objective. Rotom is going to press forward towards this T2. Garchomp's using their Livid Outrage, trying to create some space. They knock up the Sableye. They're going to try to find a KO. Dragon combo. Sableye throws their Unite move, but it's not enough. AJ Dragon going back to the Pokemon Center. That goal zone is down.
That is so much stun there, and they're looking to continue the push as
huge.
well. 40 and 37. Are they going to be able to get it? The Sableye is not able to, but the 37 from Garchomp will go in here. 267 to 109, and Kratos' ult is definitely taking advantage of their lead here, but Garchomp will end up going down, and Flareon's also getting caught here. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
okay. All right. Well, they take Aegislash, but the Hex Gengar coming out on top in that 2v1.
40 points going on in. That is going to break that T1 path goal zone for Goofy Goobers. Trying to level up the score. They still have a little bit of a deficit to make up. Roland continuously grabbing vision on their own Sableye. AJ Dragon picking up some Eos energy. They're going to grab some points on in as well. As a Rotom on that side, a nice little Dragon combo from Garchomp, able to take and make quick work of the Sableye. And in the middle area, this Dragonite is outraged, but unable to find a KO on the Snorlax. And a 40-point dunk going on in for Roland.
And another dunk in the central area as well. Was that one of those? Was that an instant score? Just
I think it was.
Right in immediately. 397 now. So all AO's technology has been unlocked for Kratos' ult, and they're going to be looking to end this game. We haven't even gotten to the 6-minute mark yet, and Kratos' ult is already considering their end game. Rotom has been taken, and it has forced Goofy Goobers off onto their second path.
Looking to try to get this goal zone broken. 15 points on in. Another 7 going to be incoming to break that. 437, 161. 4 members go down for Goobers. Kratos is old. They're looking to put their foot on the gas. Double KO for Meowscarada. 4 members down once again. It's just Saotami. They're trying to get it on in. They only need 19 points. Where are we going to see it go on in? Garchomp has 10. That's going to do it. 10. Kratos' old is going to be your first to 500 Grand Finals champions.
There it is, and that was a 6-minute game, 6-minute 30-second game. They ended it so quickly there, and still able to rack up 12 KOs on Meowscarada, 10 KOs on Gengar, and Kyle, I hate to say it right now. All right, do you know what I'm gonna say?
Are you gonna talk about Night Slash?
I'm gonna talk about Double Speedster being good.
What about Night Slash?
No.
You're not ready for that yet?
I'm not ready.
That's fine. You take your time. Take as long as you need. When the time comes, when you are ready, I will be here for you to hear out the opinion on Night Slash. But that's not today.
I appreciate
but we will talk
that.
about Double Speedster. Double Speedster.
I will talk about Double Speedster. I feel like that is the way to play this mode. You have to have the early game because sometimes there is no late game. And the early game is the only chance you have. And I feel like you run some sort of stun defender and some sort of annoying support and just burst.
Yeah.
And you do that. I feel like this no attacker meta is the way to go. I know that Cinder was good today. We saw, a couple auto attackers coming out throughout the night. Cinder even being banned at one point, but I think the range meta is not the way to do it. I really feel like you go dive and burst.
I agree. I think we kind of saw a perfect example of how well that was working. I think Snorlax probably the best defender in the meta right now for this mode, just because of the utility. And then you're seeing the utility. Obviously, Roland on the Sableye is probably the best Sableye in North America. So take this with a grain of salt when we're talking about is Sableye good in this mode or not. I think generally speaking, it probably is very good in this mode. But when you have the best Sableye on it, it's going to look even better. They know how to work it regularly. They're going to know how to work it in this mode as well. And man, it looked really fantastic in those last couple matches. But congrats to Kratos' ult. This is how we got there. Our grand finals reset took them to it, but they got it done at the end.
Kratos' ult. Your Underdunk 49 champions, first to 500 tournament win. And the jury is still out as to whether Kratos is in fact old or not. We're still trying to consider, but we do know one thing is for sure, and that is that Kyle is old, which you wouldn't even have to change the acronym, so you may as well just change the name of your team.
So I feel like every time I come here, I am abused.
I'm constantly insulted on this platform.
this platform is the worst. Whose channel is this? Either way, congrats to the teams. This was such a fun tournament. I really love this mode. I hope that Timmy and Pokemon Unite ends up doing a little bit more with it. I hope that, maybe we reconsider, at the end of Worlds if, they can continuously balance it. Maybe we see this mode enter in ranked. Maybe they add new maps. I think the sky's the limit, and it kind of feels more, what's the word I'm looking for? It feels more like there's more variability in the game. There's a lot of different ways that can be played, and I think that brings a lot of variety, and I think that's fun, and I think that's good for the longevity because you're going to see teams evolve and adapt new strategies instead of like the stale meta that we've seen in the Thea Sky Ruins for quite some time, with the real only updates being new Pokemon being added, nerfs and bots.
Yeah. I hope they do, because I think this game deserves it. This is a good game, and I hope they continue to make the game good. I mean, this is playing kind of more like a quick battle. It's just very chaotic and fun, but I really think there's a lot of strategy that the teams, it was cool in real time to see today how the teams were developing their strategies to approach this mode. I mean, there's only so much you can possibly know about a brand new game mode
in 12 hours.
You're playing it,
right?
Until you're playing in the tournament. So great adaptability from these teams. It's always fun to watch. Hopefully we continue to see this mode a little bit more, and we start to see some of these strategies evolve. Congrats to Kratos' ult.
Congrats all of the trainers involved. Thank you for participating in Underdunk 49. It's been really fun. In 2 weeks, we are going to try to figure out what we're doing for a special Underdunk number 50. Obviously a momentous number, right? It's half of 100. It's a good round number. So trying to do something a little bit fun for that. So keep an eye out for it. Do want to quick remind everybody, this weekend there is a lovely tournament that is going on. I'm going to go ahead and put the command in chat. It is attached to the stream title, but Unity Clash, so Shivam and Co., they are hosting another tournament this weekend. So if you are a competitive team and you are looking to get some good practice in for the final stretch qualifiers, that is in a little bit over a week. It's one of the bigger tournaments. Obviously, we had the AOS Cup qualifiers back in November, leading up to EUIC. The final stretch qualifiers are going to be the weekend of March the 8th, and the top teams are going to get that travel award for NAIC, which will be the last chance to qualify for Worlds. But also, think there's some prize pool money. I think it's relatively significant, so a lot of teams are going to want that. So, obviously, there's no remote or no Thea Sky Ruins in ranked right now, so this is going to be a great opportunity to get in some practice against some high caliber teams. It is multi-region as well, so it's going to be great practice, all on Thea Sky Ruins, all normal UCS rules, so exclamation point Unity Clash is going to be the way to go this weekend. It's going to be a 2-day tournament. It's going to be, I believe, a Swiss tournament on Saturday, going into a top 8, which will be on Sunday. And I will be over on that channel. I believe it's going to be hosted on Gatlu's channel. So if you like the production that you had today, you like the production that we do here at Underdunk, Shivam does a fantastic job and will be helping out with that. So stay tuned, sign up for it, friends. Good luck to everybody competing in that tournament and any other tournament that you may be competing in. But, Husky, with that said, I think I try to yap enough about that. Anything else that you want to talk about before we get on out?
Nope. GG's.
Sick. I know you're tired. I will do enough yapping. It is late, folks. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will catch y'all next time. We'll see you here. Thank you for all of those from Underdunk Squad. As Gengar gets sent back and Zapdos start indeed. break that. 437, 160. Foot on the gas, double KO for Meowscarada. 4 members down once again. It's just Saotami. They're trying to get out of it. They only need 19 points. Where are we gonna see it go on in? Garchomp has 10. That's gonna do it. Kratos' own is gonna be your first to 500.